From Germany, then seen, and Christian Kubica and Alex Vilga on the outside of the start line there, and there they are in shot there with the Italian. So those three on the far side of the lineup.
The man to beat.
Dario Sanchez.
Sanchez, the champion. There's Botond Meri, the Hungarian, completing his warm-up in front of an audience of cows down at the south end of Lake Yels. Gustav Scales, solitary Dane representative in the C1 junior men race.
I'm thinking the offspring of Carsten Scales, who used to race C1 back in the late 80s, early 90s probably.
Four laps, 3 portages to decide the 3 medalists. Start will be about 5 minutes time. They'll also be using exactly the same sprint style start gantries that have been so successfully deployed in the event thus far. A little surprise for you, Ivan, while we wait for this race to get underway.
You bought me a present.
Well, you nicked my biscuits, and so, as surprising as it seems, since you've been stealing my foodstuffs, I've brought you something. Lawler Ivan, here is your very own oversized rombal.
Whoa. Roms have big balls.
Well, it had. Past tense, clearly.
Okay, thank you very much, Dave. And it's sprinkled, just for the viewer who can't see it, obviously, it's sprinkled in lovely colourful hundreds and thousands.
I think this might have been nicked from the kindergarten stall, but it
been.
is a genuine, authentic size rombal. When I was enthusing over rombals a little bit earlier, I was told that the one I was eating was way too small to be an authentic Danish delicacy. So Andreas and the team very kindly rushed off to a bakery and got me what they tell me is the real McCoy. So we'll have to sink a tooth into this and give it a test. 119 on the water is Alex Vilga. I think you can do that. Christian Kubica, the other pole.
And then that's
Dario Sanchez.
again,
Up against his countryman Martin Exposito.
no Portuguese in this again. They're another regular contender in the C1 races usually. No female C1 despite having the current world champion this morning. So I think that usually suggests there's financial issues or financial constraints when smaller teams are sent. So it's always a tough one for teams to pick who they send and who they don't send, and it's always it's a perennial problem, especially in marathon where there isn't so much funding.
We're a couple of minutes away from the start here, Ivan, but it's a good issue to go into. The financial burden and where the onus is placed on an athlete to get a boat to a world championships and in a position to be able to contest a position on the podium, because it does vary from federation to federation, but by and large, the way the system is skewed at the moment, it's a solo game. It's entirely up to the athlete to fund themselves and their coach and their infrastructure to get to wherever they are.
I think that's true in most sports, isn't it? Unless you get to super high level, the professional level, funding's always hard to come by. It's always scratching by. Most sport at this age group will be parentally funded, and that's the reality of it, isn't it? And however inclusive we like to think we are as a sport, ultimately we can only include the people who can afford to come.
Yeah.
And that's something that I'm sure everyone would like to address and have full teams from every nation here, but it's
and
where that money comes from.
Some of it just becomes unfair. I was having a conversation with one of the para athletes who was saying that their costs are exponentially high. There's more support staff needed. This chap needs medical help on the way. There's no way they can hire equipment. They have to freight in everything they use with all these, coupled with the fact that they need wheelchairs to get on. It's just exponentially harder for them. So You can decry the small fields you get, but you can fully understand why.
Yeah, you can, and there's, I don't know, it's down to federations how they spend their money, isn't it? And I think some of that spending, certainly in my own domestic federation, I don't want to get into any politics on it all. I think some of the spending is very misguided. I think there's an awful lot of money concentrating on detail when you haven't actually got the basics. So you spend a lot of money icing a cake you haven't made yet.
Yeah. Dario Sanchez, looking like a man who means business. Start gates are up, which means we're pretty much under starter's orders. So having been roundly rapped over the knuckles for making too much noise in the build-up to the starts, we will be modest and discreet until the boats get underway. This is the World Championship medal decider for C1 junior men. Counting 9 boats here. There was my chance of counting gone. And they're underway. C1 junior men underway. 4 laps, 3 portages.
Boton Mary from Hungary first to show, third from the top in the white boat. 2 poles at the bottom of the shot in the white hat. Christian Kubica, he's making his way across. The 2 Hungarians side by side, black boat and a white boat. So in the black boat is Mihai Plusik.
Linus Goosen really struggling to find his line. That Black Sea, one of his, weaving across to the left off the start line, and as a result he's now right off the back of the pack.
It's so hard in the rough water in these. Obviously no rudders, that's part of the game. Steering with the paddle, and it's so hard. You can see the Spaniard in the back of the group in the blue boat trying to make his way out to the side of the group just so he has a bit of spare. Gustav Scales has stayed clear of the whole lot. He's to the right of our shot as we see it. He's pretty much on a level playing field with these guys. There he is, just out of shot, and he's decided.
Yeah.
Is that him? Is that Gustav Scales? I think it is. He's going his own way.
I'm hearing a Frank Sinatra song.
I was thinking, there's another one I'll come back to you on later.
I did it.
That is Scales out to the left. It's going to be very interesting when they come to the orange buoy, and we'll see who's done the best.
Martin Exposito out on the left-hand side of this whole setup here in that blue boat.
You can see the waves from Scales just at the middle of your front of your picture there.
Huge effort from the Hungarian early on, Boton Mary.
There might not be many boats in this race, Dave, but they are all very, very tightly packed.
Yeah.
And it looks to me like Scales has got the best of this. Spaniard again struggling over the back of the wave, and it's the black boat of Mihai Plusik that has just said, hang on a minute guys, I want to get round this buoy first. And it's Denmark, Hungary and Hungary doing the damage. It's a 4-boat race at the moment. Italian struggling at the back there, Lamachia.
Mihaly Plusik looking really strong early on. Alex Vilga in the Polish colours on the right of the screen.
So Sanchez, third at the moment, current world champion. And that's Scales in a spot of bother as he drops over the back. He wants to come to this side of the group to wash hang. He's just struggling to get the nose of his boat round. See, all the left-handers will try and wash hang on the right-hand side of the boat in front of them, and vice versa for the right-handers. It just makes the steering easier. So you see you've got the right-handers to the left of the leader and the left-handers to the right of the leader.
Nice.
Italian way out to the left of the whole group. I think he's behind the group slightly.
He is trailing slightly. We can see that.
So Scales at the back of that group. Locals are going to be interested in his progress. It's Hungary 1 and 2 and Sanchez 3 at the moment.
Getting a new shot from a boat which is now racing alongside them, which just gives us yet another angle. For those of you that have been watching during the week, you will clearly have noticed that our zealous production crew is continually on the search for new vantage points of the race. Been enjoying the cable cam over the portage, and this is again another great perspective, a lateral perspective that gives you an assessment of just how far any one of them is ahead at any one stage.
2 poles still in there. It's Kubica in the white hat and Vilga in the red hat. Make their way up towards that top turn. We've just got a message coming through that we've got a medal ceremonies coming up, so we'll leave you on commentary. Hopefully we'll be able to have picture within a picture if we're super lucky, but it's going to be tight around that boy. Too tight. That's sorry. And Spaniard just got caught inside that buoy. He's having to come round. I think they just saw that buoy too late. If we can get a replay of that, it was always going to be tight on that buoy. They were cutting it fine. The 2 Hungarians ended up going to the top of your picture there. They're still together and still in the run-in. It was the Spaniard at the bottom of our picture who paid a heavy price for being squeezed against that.
Thanks, Ivan.
Buoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the medal ceremony for the K1 Junior Women. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists in the K1 Junior Women. The medals will be presented by Ruud Heeselaar, board member of the International Canoe Federation and chairperson of the Marathon Committee. He will be accompanied by Andreas Faludi, team leader of Hungary. The bronze medal, representing Argentina, Martina Catalano. The silver medal, representing Great Britain, Greta Rosa. And the gold medal, and the world champion, representing Hungary, Zofia Serafin. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Hungary. Congratulations. This will be followed by the medal ceremony for the C1 junior women.
So back to the race here, and it's still pretty much as we left it. 2 Hungarians and a Spaniard at the front. You can just hear the music coming up for the next medal ceremony, so we'll go for as long as we can. So Sanchez leading from Plusik and Merry.
Lene, der er fejl i navnene, der repræsenter. Lene. Helvede. Lene. Jamen, hvad tager den? Lene.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists in the C1 Junior Women. These medals will be presented by Tom Bundesen Farshaw, the president of the Danish Canoe Federation, accompanied by Jose Andres Roman Mangas. The bronze medal, representing Italy, Francesca Vigorito. The silver medal, representing Hungary, Imela Batka. And your gold medal and the world champion representing Spain, Nerea Novo. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Spain. Congratulations to the C1 Junior Women's Podium.
So while the presentation was going on, the C1s made their way back down to the bottom turn for the first time. No portage on this lap, but it's still the same contenders, pretty much in the same places. Two Hungarians and the Spaniard up the front, with Sanchez, the current world champion, leading. Two Poles behind them, and then it's the Italian and the Dane just off the back. There they are in shot now, Exposito and Scales. This race is far from over. Plusik, Merry, Sanchez, Vilga, Kubica, Exposito and Scales. There's your top 7. And the gaps are tiny still. Between those first 7 is just about 40 metres. Hungarian just tapping the back of the Spaniard's boat as he goes around. A bit of a look of disgust from the Spaniard. I imagine the Spaniard feeling slightly vulnerable there in a 2-on-1 contest. Always upsetting when you're an under 18 that your opponent comes out sporting the full beard. It's, think, hang on a minute.
Yeah, Hungary have arrived mobbed-handed for this one. It's intimidating, I guess. Sofia Sverafin getting the medal. Interesting stat which has surfaced out of that. To the day, this is the second gold for the club in Hungary. Kaposrov. Exactly 40 years ago was the day they won their first World Championship gold medal. To the day on the 10,000 meters. And Sofia's added a gold today. So, cool little stat.
Yep.
You see, the tech we have now allows us to say that there are 3 boats in the shot there. This shot here.
So that's the distance between the front group and the second group, essentially 20 meters, and then it's about the same back to the third group, and that covers all 7 of the athletes in shot there. Whoa, that camera angle suggests the poles are closing in, but camera angles being what they are,
I call parallax on this one.
yeah, we might be being deceived, not deliberately obviously.
We're very fortunate to have cameras on course with 20, 30, 40 times
I
zooms.
don't know,
But
those poles are...
they're on a little separate mission of their own out on the right.
working together maybe in the hope of closing the gap between them and the group in front. The Spaniard just there in shot, Exposito. Remember, he got stuck on the buoy, got forced inside the course buoy and had to go back and round it. So he's done well to be where he is, just 50 metres nearly off the pace. But he lost a lot more than 50 metres when he had to back up. So he's still in the game for sure. The two poles together, to the right of shot, 2 Hungarians with Sanchez up at the sharp end.
Exposito, the one without any friends at the back. Andrea Lamacchia, the Italian paddler, on the right of your screen, and Gustav Scales just ahead of him.
So maybe Scales making a bit of progress also, because I'm pretty sure he was behind Lamacchia at the bottom turn here. So Scales now 135 metres behind the leader.
Tracking has a 20-second split back to the two poles, Kubica and Wilga.
Keep watching Exposito. He's only 10, 15 metres behind the poles, but he very much looks like he's still going for it. Scales centre shot as we look at it. 2 Hungarians kind of taking it to the Spaniard a little bit, sharing the lead.
It's such interesting craft. The most personal item of equipment in there is your foam knee seating. That's carried around almost like a most precious piece of equipment, and certainly demands the most attention for obvious reasons. It's going to be critical to your comfort in the boat, to your stability, and to your ability to lean it and roll that boat as needed to get it into a position to turn properly.
Yeah, I mean, these boats have developed. Yeah, when the width restriction came off, the C1s were so wide before. They were fondly referred to as troughs back in the day, and now they're narrower than the K1s because a knee is a lot narrower than an arse, and so they're super narrow, and yeah, just looking at them feels unstable. Obviously, once you've got your weight in the centre of it, they stabilise to a point. But you've still got to be able to apply the power. It's a sort of dark art for those of us who've never really tried it. But done well, it looks really good. Scales on his own. He's been on his own for quite a while now. But I think he's ahead of the Italian now. So he'll be looking at the back of the other Spaniard, Exposito, who in turn is chasing down the poles. So that's quite a big gap in front of Scales now. A very big gap in front of Scales.
So 3 bunched at the front together. Sanchez and the two Hungarians.
According to
Vucic
that
and Mary.
graphic, at least, Exposito is up with the poles. So he's made the jump to the Polish, and his next target is the front four again, where he was before. Well, they're all together near enough.
That's the Poles have come in from their wide tack, and there are effectively 6 boats together in an extended bunch as they come up to the top turn can.
You can see where the Spaniard is now. If he moves forward at all, there's quite a confusion of waves in front of him. So he's probably happier where he is now than pushing forward from there. As they go round the turn. Certainly the pole at the front, which seems to be Kubica with the white hat. It's very much getting back in contention with the front three. So down the full length of the course to the bottom turn again, and then onto their first portage of 3. Black boat of Plusic putting on the screws.
I think
after the turn.
Not at all pleased about having been reeled in from behind by the 3 chasers. And I think they've decided to try and remedy that with a little burn down from the top turn can.
Definitely a turn of pace there from the Hungarians. I think they're trying to work the Spaniard over. They put him on the outside of the group, and then Plusic putting a sustained period of speed. Now he's dropped back. He's going to sit on the wave again. Spaniard seemingly unfazed by that. In the background you see the Italian just heading into that top turn, La Machia, and the speed drops off at the front again. Kubica with the white hat, I think still in touch with these 3. And Exposito to the left of your shot. He's worked hard. Currently lying 5th.
We can have a fight about this, but it's probably the most physically demanding of all the paddling disciplines. And if you watch these guys working at it, you do get a sense of appreciation of that. It is an entire body exercise.
It's just the degree of coordination you need to get the balance, the steering, the drive, the whole caboodle is quite impressive. But those second 3 certainly haven't given up the chase. You still got the 2 poles, not together, separate now, but still chasing down the leaders. So mistakes at the portage will have a high price, because if anyone in that front 3 makes an error, the back 3 will be on them straight away.
So the Hungarian duo of Boton Meri and Mihaly Plusic, alongside Dario Sanchez, with the Poles Christian Kubica and Alex Wilga, suddenly driving themselves right back into contention here. It's been a fairly dogged fight back from the Poles.
Certainly no one's given it up, that's for sure. And each time they get close, it's always Plusik who takes the lead on and wants to hold them off. Those two white boats of Poland are hanging in there. So in the white hat, we've got Kubica. In the red hat, we've got Vilga. And they have definitely got back in contact with the lead three now. 6.5k into the race. Closing in on halfway. Exposito dropping around the back of the group, trying to find some clear water to their right.
Hungary with such a great history in this event in seaboat racing, and it does help to encourage the pipeline of talent coming through from newer generations when you've had a senior team that's been so successful, the men and the women. So the fact that these C1 juniors, particularly the two Hungarians, can be so strong is in no small part due to the fact that the culture encourages seaboat racing and has got a whole bunch of legends that are role models for them.
I think it just sets an expectation that if you do the sport, you're going to do well. I think most people perform to expectation rather than any other limit. And these guys expect to be up the front, and that's where they are. Sanchez, though, is the world champion. And he's still in the game. But the white hat of Christian Kubica is going to be a mild irritation for them at best here.
I think a substantial irritation. I think these three at the front are quite irked by the fact that the pole has come back not just once but several times when they thought they'd shaken him off. He's really been extremely persistent, and to the point that I think those three leaders are quite worried about him right now.
I'm going to go with that, Dave. I think you're right. I think they expect to be the three of them. There's four instead, and it's not just a clear four either. The other Pole and the other Spaniard are over to their right. And we're going to see at the portage in about 2 minutes' time who's well organised enough. Plusik, again, seems to be the athlete with the best speed in the race. He wants to get to the turn first.
Oh, Kubica's dropping back a bit here. You can see there's I'm not going to say it's a combined effort, but I think the front three are quite happy to maybe pool their resources, try and shake the pole off. I think individually and collectively they do not want him on the wave there. But he's been quite shrewd. He's just tucked in on the right, cut across the wave. They've got about 10 or 15 meters to go to the start of that left-hand turn at the bottom of Lake Yels, and then into the portage they come. Still the trio of Sanchez, Mary and Plusik at the front.
It's interesting. We saw the right-handed paddlers want to go to the right of the landing stage earlier, but the way they're set up on the wash hanging, it always ends up the other side. So if they do want to go to the side they're not paddling on, it always means a swap over. But everyone's going to... See, Sanchez wants to come to this side, to the left side of the pontoon. He's ducked over the back of the Hungarians. They're both coming this side, probably just to annoy him, I would think, at this stage.
All three are going left.
The other three are going right.
Chasers, oh.
So there's a swimmer, and there's the mistakes. So that's the white boat.
That's the game changer.
Of Boton Mary, and the whole scene has changed now. It's going to be a 2-boat race after this, and Mary
Please try and
has
get us a
got
replay of
a
that.
lot of catching up to do. So he came in, they tried to harass basically the Spanish guy, tried to slow him down, and in the process, small judgment of error by the Hungarian, and he has now got a lot of work to do to close that gap.
And has he still got water in that boat? Sea boats are not fitted with pumps, are they?
No, but they're
no
so
way.
easy to empty when you run.
I
Just
didn't
to
see
roll
him empty
over.
on the portage though, and he
They normally just roll over, put them on their face down, and the water just rolls out the back. So hopefully not too bad in terms of water, but
10 seconds is the split that we've got from the official timing.
I'm surprised the Spaniards and the Poles behind him couldn't make more of that incident. To be in the water and to climb out and to end up still in front of those other guys.
Impressive.
It's pretty fast.
In a difficult place right now. He's livid. He's hopping mad that he made that mistake, because that, as we mentioned earlier, if you mess it up at a portage takeout or put in, that's a training ground area that you should have done better at. So he'll be kicking himself. But the challenge now is to master his head and get himself back into the game. If you sit there and stew and beat yourself up, you're going to dig yourself into a hole.
The winner from that was the Spanish guy. He's now got a much simpler job, one-on-one. There's no doubt the Hungarians were super aware of him and working together, and it does not look like Mary's going to close that gap. The Spaniard isn't going to have that. So the Spaniard, seeing that he can simplify his day by just pressing on a little here, is going to do exactly that.
Back to the portage we go.
Denmark and
Italy.
Italy.
Slamaccia. Water in the back of his boat, as you can see from the cable cam shot. Pretty smooth from the Italian. Scales of Denmark a little bit slower out of the blocks. So he's going to have to do some work to try and catch up the Italian. In fact, the Italian's away clean. He's got quite a bit of work to do.
So after all the work he put in on that lap, Exposito did get the fastest time on that lap, only marginally. He did a lot of catching up, only to lose it just before the portage and over the portage itself. So it's 2, which is Hungary and Spain, from 1, which is Hungary, and the 2 Poles and the Spaniards still locked in battle. Scales on his own just behind the Italian. Lamachia.
Gustav Scales having drawn a number that for a lot of people is an unlucky number. He's got 111 on his boat slide. I know in cricket it's a horrifically unlucky number.
Okay.
A lot of athletes won't deal with 111, 222, 333. It's generally seen as being very bad luck.
Same athletes who pack their lucky pants in the morning.
Yes.
So, Hungarians are, as soon as the black boat took the lead, the speeds dropped, and the white boat of Hungary with Boton Mary is going to be back in touch. So Spaniard couldn't make it stick. And I think next time we see them, all 3 are going to be together again. So Spaniard had his little window of opportunity to go with just the 2 of them. But as you can see from that shot,
they're all back together.
Bit of contact between the 2 boats there.
And there's that underriding loyalty to the team, which somehow factors into the tactics of marathon racing all the time. If you can pull back your buddy, it's invariably going to be in both of your interests.
Yeah, a lot of that comes down to personal stuff as well. I know there's not always a lot of love lost between teammates. Don't suppose we can name people, so I won't, but
You'd love to.
so yep.
It's a bit like Formula One. Surely the team orders supersede the relationship. Should
Maybe. I know it's not always harmonious within these teams.
Yeah.
The Poles and the second Spaniard now with an unclosable gap to those front three. Front three away, 120 metres the difference.
That gap.
Says that coming out on the screens. Is that coming out on the screens the public is seeing?
I don't think so.
This is the public screen.
So lap 3 of 4 in the C1 men juniors race. Proceedings being dominated by the two Hungarians and the Spanish.
So in terms of top end speed, it looks very much like Plusik can do the most damage in this race. He's the one who's broken the group up a couple of times already, and he's the one who puts in the turn of pace when the other three close a little bit uncomfortably close. So Plusik, Mary and Sanchez. There's the top turn. Couple of the ITOs on the raft there monitoring behaviour and course around that turn. I'm not sure if you have to, do you reckon you have to be bad at some point to get on that raft up there? Do you think that's a...
I think that's a
that's
serious short straw.
That's
I mean,
go and stand on the raft.
they haven't even got a chair. I mean, that's a serious naughty corner. They're the unseen heroes of events like this. That is a horribly long day to spend standing on a raft
Well, the ITOs
in the wind,
in the boat.
in the rain. That's luxury on the boat.
Is that,
They've got comfy seats.
That might be the ITOs on the boat. Who's on the raft?
The naughty ITOs.
We'll have to find that out later. So round the turn. Top turn for the third time. All three still together. Sanchez leads, flanked by Hungary and Hungary.
Wonder how he's feeling right now. Do you think he's being ganged up on? Does he back? He comes into this race as the favourite, being the defending world champion.
See how he's just about to drop round the back of the white boat of Hungary. Black boat knows that and presses on. So his mate gets the wave,
Hungarians
and
might
the Spaniard,
have got a gap here. Sanchez has disappeared out of the shot.
I think because he was already heading in that direction when the black
He's
boat took
drifted out
over.
right.
So he'll come in slowly, but
Both Hungarians are working at this. They're
Yeah.
trying to create something out of what might have been a tactical move to shift out right by Sanchez.
I don't think Sanchez chose.
Sanchez is off.
He is off the back
He
of
is
that
off the
group.
back.
So what happened there? The white boat of Hungary looked every bit like it was going to take the lead. Sanchez wanted to drop round to his favoured wash-hanging side, and as soon as he dropped to the tail
They took off.
of the white boat, the black boat took off. So even if Sanchez had come round, he'd be on the second wave out.
There's a substantial amount of
So-
water between them now. So they're going to need to make this stick. It's going to deplete the resources somewhat, but Plusik and Mary are going to have to make this stick. Because what they have done now is they've angered the world champion. They need to make this last.
They'll take it in turns, I think. Couple of minutes each, maybe. That's Plusic's go. He's done, and he's quick look over to his mate, and Merry takes on the job that Plusic started. Was clever tactically from the Hungarians.
It's 26 meters now, according to our tracker. That's significant.
Do think they may have broken the Spaniard here.
Sanchez is going to have to come up with something special and pull it off by the time they get into the next portage. This is where the game
Looking
becomes...
at the top arm of Boton, oh, you can't see it now, Boton Merry there. It looks so uncomfortable, that movement as he comes down. The elbow kind of bends almost unnaturally. So you can see that little flurry of speed that broke up the group, the little peak about, I was going to say about 2 centimetres from the end, but I guess that depends on how big your TV is at home. So that was kind of a, schoolboy error on my part. But Plusic taking the lead again, and it's Plusic that opens up the gap.
Oh, wow.
Merry holds the gap.
Hungarians are driving a wedge between themselves and the world champions. If they can make this stick,
they will now
on the lap, they can literally get to that final turn and say, mission accomplished. We've got gold and silver in the bag. Now
again goes Merry. It's a minute each.
We bin the partnership, and it's everyone for himself going for the podium spots.
There's most certainly communication between these two.
Yeah.
Doing about a minute each at the moment, and that's going to be enough to break the will of the Spaniard. Just watching that happen in front of you, seeing when you're on your limit and the people in front of you are sharing leads, it's so painful to watch.
I mean, you've been in the pain cave like this before. This is where the game becomes as mental as it does physical. Your ability to try and stay composed, focus, come up with an alternate plan that you think is workable, that you could buy into, that you think you could execute, and then to come to the physical side of it and just execute.
I think in the position where the Spaniard is, you have so many different plans playing through your head. You're changing them too frequently. You'll try going a bit harder. You'll try having a rest. You'll rest for a minute and then you'll catch up. You'll move out to the right, move out to the left. There's so many things, but ultimately he knows that he can't match these guys for speed if they're doing a minute each and he's doing both minutes himself.
You can't let your head get filled with, hell no, this is not happening to me thoughts. Otherwise, you might as well run up the white flag.
But those thoughts are extremely loud,
They're huge,
Dave.
I get that.
They are extremely loud in this sort of situation. Everything in you just, you feel for someone like that in that position. Because there's not a lot you can do to change the situation. In the end, you almost have to erase those front two paddlers and just begin the race as if it's a new race with the people who are behind you. So Plusic leading.
Probably 250 meters now to the bottom turn. Final turn into the portage. It's going to be pretty much the status quo, I suspect, as they come into the turn and that final approach to the jetty. Sanchez now will just be hoping against hope that one of them slips on the portage or some catastrophe lets him back into the contest.
Merry fell in on the last one. Sanchez, maybe the quicker runner of the three. Maybe he could halve the gap, and that might give him enough hope. But that's a big gap. They've got so much time, they're not under any stress at the front there once they come into the portage.
Those two Hungarians are functioning as an extremely efficient pod. Circle back to that, the fact that Mary's still in there and is in all likelihood going to be picking up one of the two big medals, having fallen in at the portage in what could have been certainly a podium-ending catastrophe, is impressive.
And it probably would have been a podium-ending catastrophe had he been in a K1, which had filled with water, but to empty the C1s is so fast. Because you've got all that outlet for the water, you haven't got to get it all to the middle for it to come out.
Yeah.
You just lift up one end, 90% of the water will fall out the back anyway.
That gap is widening all the time. Yeah.
So round they come. They want to come into the opposite side of the landing stage. They both came left last time.
And they've come out of that turn by the time Sanchez goes into it. The Spaniard now seeing his reign as junior C1 world champion trickling through his fingers. The timer counting down.
Both
Oh,
going
almost
left
let go of
again.
that.
He still
Jeepers, he
hasn't-
let go of the boat.
He just managed to hook it with the handle of his paddle.
Well played.
Luckily they haven't got rudders.
Looking over the shoulders just to see how far back Sanchez is.
That's the emptying right there. Just a quick roll
It's
onto your shoulder and out. That's all it takes from a C1.
quick glance over to the right to see if there's any last minute instructions from his coaching team.
Plusik definitely looking the fresher of the two.
Plusic from Mary.
Spaniard just getting in the water now. He has closed the gap somewhat, I think, but probably not enough for him to be able to see a comfortable route back.
16 seconds back from Mary now.
It's possible.
This is going to be a tough lap for the Spaniard. A good move.
Nice little hop over.
Looks like a bit of Scottish dancing thrown into the C1 race.
Christian Kubica. Spaniard Exposito. And the second pole, Alex Vilga.
Just signs of a breeze picking up across Lake Yells here. Does aggravate the steerability of these craft.
That's your second place at the moment. I think he's looking a little bit tired. Or am I just saying that for the Spaniard's sake? Doesn't look as fresh, looks a bit laboured.
He's getting his drinking system. I was just saying his drinking
Yeah.
system is dragging in the. Whoa! He's making a bit of a.
That's 4 of the 16 seconds, isn't it? Right there. So now, I think the Spaniard will take great heart from that.
Yeah, I completely agree. This race is not run.
Spaniard closer to that Hungarian than he is to his mate. And I think Murray is fading. Now the Spaniard's back in the game. He's got a target in front of him that he can work on. It's a long way back to Plusik. I think Plusik is probably away and clear, but Sanchez is back with Murray. Murray keeps stopping.
Yeah.
It's terrible. You get to a fatigue stage where you find all sorts of reasons why you shouldn't have to paddle right now. I need to move this straw. I need to just straighten my t-shirt. There's so many reasons just to put that paddle down when you feel a little bit jaded. And he's showing all the signs of someone who is struggling.
And that is just the emotional energy that Sanchez needed, because his whole body language has changed.
Yeah.
He's back in the fight.
He's feeding off what he's seeing there.
Lamachia.
I don't think Murray will have the fight when he comes back either.
And this return lap will be into this gradually increasing wind, which is going to make it even tougher if you are hitting the wall.
Trouble is for
Solid
Sanchez,
put in from
he's
Lamachia.
quite a small guy as well. The Hungarians are bigger than him, and into the wind
Yep.
they will be a little bit more comfortable than him. Scales running through.
Sticking to the task manfully. Maxing at 17.2.
I think with GPS sometimes you get some freak
I think
peaks.
the
I think
satellite hits a bit of
17.2
turbulence and
17.2 sounds a little bit lively.
yeah, it'll take a special effort to get a C1 up to over 17.
I'm sure they
an hour.
can, but not round here and not at the stage of the race where it
Yeah.
just showed. So that's showing Sanchez ahead of Murray now by 10 seconds. And Sanchez is closing down on Plusik with only 20 seconds behind Plusik. He was more than that after the portage. So, it's all, it's a bit vague. Isn't
Wind
it,
the clock back 15 minutes. The Hungarians were in total command of
Yeah.
this race, and Sanchez was scrambling. The tables have turned completely. I don't think that graphic's right, because Sanchez is zooming in on the leader now.
That's the German, Linus Gusen.
Long levers making that stroke very efficient. You paddling in glasses, Ivan?
I've never been able to paddle in sunglasses. I like the look of it. I think everyone who does it looks quite cool. And I always wanted to look a little bit cooler than I was. But every time I put glasses on, you get a couple of drips of water on there, and
it irritates the hell out of you.
I focus on the drip of water, not on the distance anymore. And yeah, I'm sure the people who do it well. So yeah, I've never, just wasn't cut out to be cool, Dave. That was my problem. So the graphics were right. The Hungarian and Spaniard are together still, and the gap I feel is opening up. That looks more than 20 seconds to the leader Plusik now.
So Plusik coming up to the rafted ITOs at the turn can.
They got up there quickly, didn't they? Maybe we were talking too much. So that's the final trip around that top turn.
The great thing about the turns like that is that it gives you a chance, if you've got a bit of a lead, to just gauge how far you've got in the bank. Because he'll look over his left shoulder now and get a fantastic assessment of the amount of water between himself and his countrymen and the threat from the world champion. He'll be happy with that.
He knows he's comfortable there now, I think. Saw the Hungarian duck round the back of the Spaniard there to Washang on his favoured side. So 32 seconds now the gap. It was 20 at one point. Now 32. It looks very much like we've got a new world champion in the making. So Plusik, Sanchez and Merry.
I'm sure the Hungarian Seaboat Junior Development Team will have regarded the victory last year of Sanchez as the medal having left the Hungarian stable, and they'll be very excited to see that junior C1 medal returning to Hungary. He's really got the bit between his teeth now. That lead is growing all the time. It's
Sanchez relinquishes the lead to Merry, drops round the back of him and comes up the side. Comes up the other side, so Washang's on his good side again. It's quite expensive dropping around the back of a boat and climbing over a wave. We do it in the K1s all the time and you never enjoy it. But it's obviously an awful lot easier for these guys to wash ride on one side than the other, and worth the cost of the journey around the back, obviously.
Yeah. It comes at a price, so it has to be worth it. This is where you don't want to start getting ahead of yourself. He's got a commanding lead in the last final long lap down to the turn boys. But you don't want to start getting ahead of yourself. You don't want to start seeing illusions of yourself on a podium and a medal and hearing anthems or anything. It's too soon.
He's still looking over his shoulder at the other two, but he must sense now that they're further and further behind. They're not coming back from there, that's for sure.
The lush fairways and greens of the Royal Oak Golf Course in the background makes a beautiful backdrop to Lake Yelts. This is a fairly staggering performance on his own. He's probably increasing that lead 10% a minute.
You can see the two boys behind. Every time they swap a lead, they lose another 2 lengths. They're swapping the lead now. Hungarian probably drop round the back of the Spaniard and come up his other side. Here we go. There he goes round the back and up the other side. It's 2 lengths lost every time they swap a lead.
And if you look carefully, Mary and the Spaniard are spending more time looking over their shoulders to see if they are being reeled in, rather than looking ahead to see how much Plusik is getting away.
I think they gave up on Plusik a while ago. This is a race between the two of these guys now, and conservation at this stage is probably more important than time.
Mary fiddling with the drinking system. That's when you start looking for things, possible things to be irritated by.
Everything can be irritating when you're tired enough.
We know Mary's not 100%. If Sanchez can make this stick and he can hang on to bronze, it'll be cold comfort for the fact that he's relinquished the world title, but it will be an impressive comeback, because at one stage he looked done and dusted.
He did look broken at one point, and I think he's going to be probably better organised on the portage than the Hungarian. But each of the Hungarians have made mistakes so far, haven't they? So Merry took a swim on the first one. He can't be asking. Is he asking the Spaniards? Maybe just telling him how close the others are.
I genuinely think they're more concerned about the Pole and the other Spaniard
Yeah.
behind them than...
Yeah.
Right now, any medal is better than no medal.
They're not in any real danger from the
They
paddlers
shouldn't be.
behind them.
But if the wall has come out and hit you, you'll spend more time worrying about what else could go wrong.
Yeah. So Plusik on his own, out the front,
Gee, it's been impressive.
with one portage to go. And then just the short lap, which will be pretty much a formality for him.
Watch the space, Seaboat Paddling World. Manage the career carefully of young Mihaly Plusic, and I think we're going to see great things from this Hungarian. It'll be one of the most dominant victories in C1 junior men, and if he can carry that through to his time as an under-23 and then join the heady ranks of the seniors, excited by what he's capable of producing.
Two poles. God, you wonder how many hours they've paddled along side by side. The red hat there of Alex Vilga.
There's a stiffness about Mary which suggests real fatigue.
I think Sanchez has decided he's going to lead all the way now to the portage. So Plusik about a minute from the portage, if that. The other two about 30 seconds or more than 30 seconds behind. And the poles behind them are only about 20 seconds behind.
And looking pretty determined right now.
Yeah, but time's running out so quickly now.
Plusic comes into the turn. Portage to follow. The luxury of being able to look over his left shoulder to realize that that lead is huge. You put your head down when you go into a solo grind like that, thinking, if I give it 110% and if I can keep that up for 10 minutes, will it have the desired effect? You have this luxury now of patting yourself on the back saying, go, you good thing. It worked. It worked. All that grind, digging deep if you wondered there was enough gas in the tank, it's all paid off. Plusic comes into the portage. He's executed pretty neatly. He's let that boat run away from him again.
It's high risk getting out without holding your boat.
But he herds it a bit like a shepherd, manages to get a hand onto the front of the cockpit, and off he goes. Mihaly Plusic.
Quick empty out there.
Into the portage he
Time
comes.
to run through. He's got to have a little smile at some point.
Has a quick squiz at himself on the big screen as he runs in front. Appreciating the applause which he richly deserves. Comes down to the put-in. Under no pressure. Good, efficient put-in. No time wasted. Back on the water.
So he's got about 4 minutes to go. And round the bottom turn. Race for bronze, and it is the Spaniard who's going to get the best of this, I think. It looks like Merry is struggling all the time. Spaniard will get out early, give Merry nowhere to go.
Great takeout.
And look at that.
Sanchez is gone.
Distance just opens up.
Sanchez is gone. This is the chance to secure silver.
Yeah, Merry's face. Merry's going to whack his boat.
And
On.
he's
He's just got it round the fence in time. That's a close call.
Suddenly there's a spring back in Sanchez's step.
Sanchez knows anything more than 2 lengths and he's sorted here, I think.
And Mary is in the pain cave. I think it's fairly clear.
Sanchez wasn't that quick away. He's
Quick
going-
enough to have a lead.
It's not a massive lead. I think he squandered some of the distance he'd gained on the portage with a slow get-in. See the poles at the other end of the portage? Yeah, I think it's enough.
Yeah, I don't think those medals are under threat unless there's a
No.
disaster. But
Kubica, a little step over.
they've hunted as a pack efficiently and can certainly come out of this race with their heads held high.
Done a lot of work together today, these guys. So from here we can see the leader is just entering the top turn now. 500 meters to go, give or take. Round goes Plusik.
That boat speed is still high. You know, he could very easily have treated this final short lap as a bit of a victory procession, but he's not treating it that way at all.
Yeah.
He's keeping the intensity high. Lamaccia.
No, that's Exposito.
That's Exposito, sorry.
He's had a tough day. He had that little incident with the boy, course boy. Then he did all the catching up. Just as he caught up, it was one of the times when Plusik put in a bit of hard graft.
And that lead continues to grow, if anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's the way he should do it, as he sizes up the finish line in front of him.
Spaniard must be feeling pretty confident in second now also.
Yeah, he's got at least 5 boat lengths at the turn. And there'll be another gold heading for Hungary. Remember that subtext of the competition all year is that Nations Cup as well. Every medal counts.
Yep.
As much as Sanchez Holdario will be distressed about seeing that world title get through, he is adding a silver to Spain's tally, so all significant. 50 meters. Or not.
It's all a bit vague on the turns, I think, with
There's
with
turbulence up at the
GPS.
satellite. Yeah.
But no, the gap won't close, I don't think. Sanchez, not sure what a look over your shoulder does at this point. You've got a couple of minutes to go.
Almost 15 kilometers. And the net result is that one young man has emerged as the cream of the crop, the best of the class of 2023, and he's coming down to the finish line right now. Mihaly Plusik in the colours of Hungary, 2023 C1 Junior Men World Champion. Superb effort from him. Grin you might, young man, because this is a proud moment, and that's all through your hard work, your training, your endeavour, those long solo hours that you spent out in the dark, in the mist, in the morning, in the rain, where you're wondering why you're getting into that seaboat to train. This is why you do it. Dario Sanchez of Spain.
First last year, second this year. That's got to be a tough feeling, to be fair.
I hope somebody tells him that he's come out of here with a lot of
Yeah.
respect, because he's fought
Yeah.
his way from being pinned against the wall to getting a silver, when at one stage it looked like he
was
would have to
bronze
scratch
all
like
over.
hell for
Yeah.
bronze. So that he must hold
He's
his
done
head
a good
high on this
job.
one. And
Yeah.
Mary has pushed through minutes and minutes of a dark, dark pain cave
Mary
to hang
wanted
on.
to come home a long time ago.
He's done.
When he left the previous portage, he looked like he'd had enough, and he's done well to.
Adds a bronze to the Hungarian tally.
Yeah.
And respect enough to lean over to Sanchez as a shake of the hands.
And it's the
Accept that I've been beaten fair and square by you.
white hat of Kubica next over the line in fourth, ahead of his countryman Alex Vilga, about 50 yards, 50 metres behind him.
Yeah, they were basically together at the put-in
Yeah.
of that last lap, so he had a gas to burn on the final short lap.
I think once you feel broken on that last short lap and there's no one behind you, you don't really mind if you're beaten by 2 lengths or 10 lengths.
Yeah.
Nice to have the camera out on that motorboat to get close-ups.
Yeah,
These are the close-up shots at the end. I think that's a nice touch.
Alex Vilga.
A nod to the cameraman. No smile there, though. Smiles are distinctly absent.
I think
from
what he
that.
was trying to negotiate was a tow back to the boat
Yeah.
pound.
Exposito. Solid effort from him. A quick flick back to that final portage. No, this is the final portage as
This
it's
is
happening now.
Goosen.
It's the German
This is
going-
Goosen.
running through.
His final
He even had a bit
rundown.
of time to smile at the camera there. So I thought that was a replay of Plusik with the black boat. And across comes Exposito.
Exposito. Andrea Lamaccia.
That's a big finish there.
Yeah, well done.
Going for it.
Could be completely forgiven for just tapping home. It's not going to make any difference to your net position on it, but that's what's been in your head every morning you've got up to train. My worlds. My worlds, my way. Give it your best shot.
Scales probably about 100 metres behind him. Maybe that's what's inspiring him right now.
I think it's time to do the romba as we celebrate the junior C1s. Excuse me.
So Dave, what do you think of Carsten's
Terrific.
scales there?
Just
Yeah.
terrific.
It's the oldest trick in the book. Wait till Dave's got a mouthful of rum ball and then a quick question. Scales, done a good job. He's right up there. He had a plan from the start. He got to the front of the race. Just couldn't make it stick. And he's coming in just behind the Italian.
Pretty sure to say that the Danes have managed to field an athlete in every single event, which is kind of what you expect when you're the host nation.
For home nation, yeah, I guess it's obviously much cheaper logistically.
And a matter
Although
of
I guess they
pride
stay
as
in the
well.
same hotels that the other teams stay in, the same price, same hotel. It's just the travel that they're cutting out, isn't it? There's the German. Linus Goosen. And I think you're shortly on presentation duties, Dave.
We could ching chong cha for it.
No, I think you're good at it, Dave. I think you're just more professional at that sort of stuff.
You just can't do medal ceremonies after you've had Romba.
I haven't had mine yet. Scales across the line.
Lamacha, Scales, and then it'll be Linus Goosen.
Interviews.
Who is Michael?
So we'll try and get interviews with these guys as soon as possible.
All three of you at the same time. Is that okay?
Okay, yeah.
I ask some question in English. You reply some words in English if you want. Spanish is okay. Don't translate. But
To find out, to see if anything we said it even had any sort of vague resemblance of accuracy. Dave, we say it like it's the truth.
Might be tripped
And
up properly.
Goosen just about to finish, and we can see you get a visual on Stefan.
Interesting
got the
design
three
of that
medalists.
boat. The one thing about C1s, in less than optimal conditions, if there are waves around, you do take water on board. And the one thing about that plastics design, you've almost got like a cowling wave deflector, which will help keep water out if you're going into choppy water or breaking water. A lot of them don't. And the C1 has a propensity to take on water, which is just annoying because, as we mentioned earlier, they don't carry pumps. There's no way of getting the water out other than taking it to the bank or taking it to a portage and then flipping it over.
So we're ready to hand over to Stefan
I can't read you.
at the interview stage,
Let us know the interviews.
who's got the three medalists from this race right with him now.
Yes, I'm standing here with three happy medalists. Congratulations. What a race. Michał Plusik, the gold medal winner.
It was a quite tough race, and I knew that I would be able to win a medal, but I'm quite surprised with this result. And I want to congratulate to Dario Sanchez and Mary Botton, because it was quite tiring and it was quite close race.
Yeah, it was quite a tough race. And Dario, you had a very good result also last year. How was this compared to last year?
It was well. This race was very hard. It was a high wind, so it was hard. Congratulations for him.
Yeah, it was a really tough race. It looks like you were working well together, all three of you, and especially you two from Hungary. Botton, how was the race for you?
I think it's very good, and congrats, bros.
So is this your first international marathon?
Yes, it's the first.
Not the last one?
No.
And what about you? Anything else to pedal this weekend?
No, the weekend relax and yes, the C2, the C2. With my partner Ulises Colastra tomorrow and next competition, and then relax.
So it will be another medal for you.
I tried.
You try. Same for you?
No, I finished with the racing for this year, so I will relax all through the year.
So you finished the season with the world champion gold medal. Congratulations once again. Congratulations.
Thanks, Stefan. Great to hear from the first three. Tough to be thrown a bunch of media curveball questions when you've hardly caught your breath, having just got off the water.
And for the poor Spanish kid there to forget that he's got a race again tomorrow with his mate. His mate's going to be best pleased with that. So, yeah, a little smile and chuckle over that.
So let's have a quick wrap-up of those results as we have them. They're provisional for now, but Mihaly Pulisic, your new world champion, dethroning Dario Sanchez into the silver medal position. Botton Mary going through all sorts of dark places in the end of that race to hang on to a third for Hungary. Kubica Vilja Exposito getting another one for Spain at the end of a very exciting C1 Junior men's race. What's next on the slate, Ivan?
Race 8, and that is the C1 Women Short Course Final. So that's our first senior final of the weekend. It's a packed race. It's got, looks like, about 16 C1s in it, on paper at least. And we might be able to get that graphic on screen, but it's all the big players and the big names are in there.
There's a buzz of anticipation building up around this area here, because as soon as we've got through the women's C1 short course race, start looking forward to the finals in the K1 short course, and I suspect it'll be a thrilling way.
It's going to be some good races.
Yeah, I think
this
both of
afternoon.
them
We've got
are-
about an hour now
I think both are going to be belters. So
before that. So we'll leave you for an hour.
we'll do that. We will
Get back on the
go and have tea and a rombal and see you back. So find your
recast
equivalent wherever you
platform
are.
for our next session. You could even go and watch some adverts in your downtime to pay for the next session. Use your time wisely, and we'll see you soon. That's different, isn't it? It's almost like a dough ball. Like a donut, isn't it?
It's actually quite different to the other one I had.
Right.
The one I had was like a chocolate fondant. This is like I certainly didn't risk running out of rum making these. Oh god, we have medals now, probably. It's upper six, all the medals. I need to learn how to make this thing work, because I don't think it just ever went out.
So I had a real problem when you went out.
These
and
are
did,
very noisy.
yeah, when you went out and did the ceremony, I've still got this picture, but I know you're out there doing the ceremony. I don't know whether I can talk or not, or
I think they might have taken the audio from the middle series.
right.
Because I know they
Yeah.
were trying to they had chit visuals, they had side visuals. Let me ask Lars actually.
Good.
I don't know how to get this on-screen graphic to work. I'm just going to find out.
Hey Tim.
Your voice is still on the streaming, Ivan. Want to be careful what you say.
How?
It can't be. We're all turned off.
Say, I can still hear sound.
suddenly.
We just turn those down.
Yeah, but
Hear us after we.
in the PA.
No, on the stream.
Okay, yeah, but it's because Morten he wants to make a test.
Okay.
So just and it's okay. Så Morten, kan du høre Lars? Morten? Morten? Jeg har ikke engang min telefon med mig. No. Next race. Morten? Morten? Morten. Hvorfor er den her? Er den slukket eller sådan noget? Morten. So what are you? No. Morten?
No, it was live all through there. And so was the iPad. They were both live.
Just want to see what goes in. Nå, Morten, hvad så, min ven? Eventuelt kan du jo tale tilbage på mig på mit intercom. Jeg taler. Og jeg er på A. Headset A. Ja. Skal vi se, jeg håber ikke, at det... Nej, den er god nok. Den er også der.
We do also have the confirmed start list for the short course finals. So it'll be interesting to go through the list. We speculated about who might not make the cut, and I'm sure we can reveal a little bit later in this session just which names have managed to get through onto that.
It was quite a mission to get those lists, actually. You can thank me for that later.
Well, you know the secret handshake, don't you?
It's all there.
Yeah.
So we're just 10 minutes away now, I think, from the first of those races, and that's the C1 women's short course, 16:45. Our lineup includes the silver medalist from last year, Sofia Kisban. It includes 5th place Canoe-Kayak from Ukraine. Ludmila Babak is on the start list, although I'd heard she had an ear infection and was a possible non-starter yesterday. Yet to see her out on the water. And then other big names. We're missing a few again. No French in this year's race. No Portuguese in this year's race. Portugal 3rd last year. France 6th with Marine Santonina.
Weather conditions pretty much as they were when we wrapped up the junior men's C1 race. So there's a gentle wind coming in from the west, which is a tailwind as you leave the start line. Really plays no part as the athletes turn on the gradual left up to the top end of Lake Else. Slight headwind as they come back down to the finish line, but it certainly hasn't been a factor, always influenced racing at all. It's cool, it's overcast. Conditions are pretty good for racing this afternoon. It's a Thursday afternoon, so a lot of this region is working, but the stands have been full of supporters, masters whose racing has finished during the week, team support crews and managers and fellow athletes cheering on, particularly through the Portage area, so we're looking forward to that. Good to see representation from some of the other countries that are putting their hands up when it comes to disciplines like the C1. There's 2 Japanese boats in this one.
Yeah, I'm surprised not to see the 2 Thai girls in this as well, because what's to lose? And I think we have got boat 126 there, Nuria Novo.
Yep.
Is she not in the juniors this morning?
Double race on the day.
Yeah, so she's stepped up for this one, and seems a bit of a wasted opportunity if you're over here, but people make their own decisions. That was on screen there. I just caught out the corner of my eye on screen Ludmila Babak. Now she possibly could have won last year. She was ahead of Bethany Gill when she went and missed the turn, went up the course a little bit further than she should have. Bethany Gill took advantage of that and went on to win the race. So Babak, I think that's the only race she's lost in the marathon calendar since she started a few years back. So she will be out for revenge this time. Unfortunately, Bethany Gill not here. She's been lured in by the dollar and went to the sprint system again, and has traded a potential medal here for the prospect of potentially qualifying for Paris next year. I don't know the ins and outs of all that, but from a marathon perspective, it's really sad not to see her here today. In shot there, 132, second of the Ukrainian athletes, Canoe-Kayak, 5th last year and 2nd at the Europeans earlier this year to Ludmila Babak.
Sofia Kisban of Hungary will be starting in boat 121.
127, Martin.
Maria Martin from Spain. Some nerve-settling banter between the 2 Spanish teammates.
Rika Abraham going across the back of the shot there. Originally from Hungary, now living in Australia. From a solid canoeing family. Our uncle, Olympic champion. And our whole family involved with the canoe racing scene in Hungary. 126, Nuria Novo. Already seen her today She was the eventual victor in the junior C1 after the error of judgment by the Hungarian. So 1 gold medal in the bag already, and Novo is back out for more.
Gee, if she can get herself to the front of the senior women's race, it'll be a spectacular mark in the sand for her. Elizabeth Price in the German colours. That's Rika Abram. Zoe Bergeron is going to be on the water from Team Canada. One of the youngsters. She's 19. Interesting background. Comes from a very small town in Ontario where suddenly kindled an interest in canoeing. A little place called Coburg, Ontario. But if she was to take it seriously in any sort of form or fashion, she had to pack up and go. She had to leave the small town and head to somewhere where she could get proper support and start training with people. And it's now taken her to 2 nationals and got to the point now where she's representing her nation. That's her in the middle of the shot there. Looking cool, calm, and
another one of those people cool enough to wear glasses.
Cooler than you, Ivan, by
I know, by a country mile.
So you don't mind getting water splashed in your eyes and sun reflecting off the water?
It's the sun off the water. It's the real killer.
See.
I hate the sun in my eyes, but I still can't do it. One, 2, 4 there from Denmark, Katja Eriksson. I know she's been instrumental in the development program. She's been here all week coaching with the kids. So hats off to her for putting some back. 1-3-1. Elzbieta Vervakova from the Czech Republic in shot there.
So, gearing ourselves up for the start of the C1 women short race. Athletes down at the start gate at the moment. Maybe an opportunity to whiz through that start list and have a look at the athletes who will be in contention here. Ivan will give you an idea of the sort of form and pedigree that they're bringing into this event. But Hungaria's Zofia Kispan is in boat number 121.
She was second last year at the World Championships.
Zoe Bergeron, 19-year-old from Canada, from small place called Coburg, Ontario, on the big stage now representing her country. She's in 122. Annette Verman in 123. Katja Eriksson is in 124. She's representing Denmark. Australia's Rika Abram, we've seen warming up already. Some ideas of the specs that we're dealing with right now. 125 is Rika Abram. 126 is Narendra Novo. Back on the water, Ivan.
After winning this morning's race, crossed the line second, was declared the winner after a judge's inquiry. Maria Martin below her, Elizabeth Price top of that list, Yuki Baba from Japan, Elzbieta Vervakova, then some of the big guns, Elena Tishankova, she was second at the Europeans, never write off a Hungarian in a C1, so Carolina Hegedus, although I don't know much about her, I'm sure she'll be in the mix. Ludmila Babak, obviously the one to beat. She's in the yellow and blue boat, just about 2-3 boats up from the bottom of your picture as you look at it now.
You add to that lineup Poland's Paulina Gryzelkiewicz, and I'm going to have another go at that. Gryzelkiewicz.
Dave, well done. I'm glad the graphic went just before I got to that one, to be fair. But Elena Olsen at the top of your picture.
That was easy, wasn't it?
Gryzelkiewicz is what Dave was trying to say.
I'll go with that. So I'll just cue Ivan every time we need to. Down to the start line they go. Let's leave it up to the starters for now. Under starters' orders. It's all looking a bit like pickup sticks at the moment.
It always looks a bit like that with the canoes. They like to start at a slight angle. Some of those look like a bit more than a slight angle.
That fourth from bottom is not a slight angle. That's
no.
If she takes off like that, it's going to be messy.
The bottom one also.
So this is, and they're underway. Short course race, 3.4 kilometers, 2 laps, 2 portages, 1 small lap. And let's run a rule over who. Oh, there's been a big collision in the middle. and it's taken out two
Three,
boats
two.
and a third caught up in the traffic jam.
So it's the Czech first off away from the line. That's Vevakova in the blue boat with the blue vest. Babak in the yellowy blue boat, yellow and blue boat rather, is matching her now. But it's the Czech who's away first. Babak trying to get over to her. Behind Babak is the second of the Ukrainians, Tishankova. Babak not having it all her own way at the moment. Closest to us is going to be Grzelkovic from Poland. And 1, 2, 3 at the top is Vejen from Germany.
And Zofia Kisban is also right in the frame at the top in the Hungarian colours.
But now Babak moves to the front. And once she gets to the front, she rarely looks back. What she will be super conscious of this year is not going past the turn and carrying on up the lake. I'm pretty sure she will turn at the allotted turn marker.
Now that's a once in a lifetime mistake.
Top of your screen, dead right. It was Sofia Kisban, and she's making her way across. She would hope to get across in front of at least the blue boat of the Czech there, and it looks like she's going to do that.
Ludmila Babak looks like she means business today. Nosing to the front as slowly but surely they start to converge in the centre of Lake
Kisban
Pels.
is going to get there first to that first turn, boy.
Yeah.
So Kisban in the white shirt. This is Babak in the blue and yellow boat. Kisban leads. And leads with intent. Those two away.
That is going to be
clear.
the axis of this race. You can see that.
Babak's not on her good wash hanging side. She's going to have to drop either to the tail or to the other side to get round the turn well. She's choosing to drop round to the left hand side of Kisban. Kisban now with a length. It's lead. So it's Hungary, Ukraine, Czech Republic, possibly Poland, Germany maybe. We'll get the graphic as they get round that turn, but the two leaders away and clear. From memory, I think Babak is the better of the two portages, but maybe that's something that Kisban's been working on, knowing that she's got to make up some ground somewhere. So the field quite strung out now. It's Kisban from Babak, from Tishankova, from Vevakova, from Vejen, from Grzelkovic, from Martin, from Hegedus.
Kisban's plan, I'm sure, is to put significant space between herself and Babak long before she gets to that bottom turn. That would be the luxury that would afford her to race her own race and not get drawn into a scrap with the Ukrainian.
I think all the time you got the lead in these boats, everything's in your favour. The more steering strokes you have to do, the more inefficient you become.
Yep.
And I don't think Babak's enjoying being just off the tail of that boat right now.
She seems to be swimming around to the right and then easing back around to the left, which you'd think that she would look for, and then drifts back out to the right again.
Tishankova untroubled in third.
But some way off. Two-boat race now as they come down to the bottom of the course. Hungary's Zofia Kisban, Ludmila Babak of the Ukraine.
It was a solid start for Vevakova, first away from the line. But she's hurting already.
Yep.
She looks a lot more cheerful in her graphic than she does in real life.
She'd probably be quite grateful if we just moved that graphic over. Quite noticeable last night at the opening ceremony, Ivan. I know we're steering outside of our lane here. There was mention of a show of solidarity with the Ukrainian athletes and the strife that they're going through at the moment, and how canoeing was supporting them to, one, continue as athletes and two, persevere with the the troubles that's facing that nation. And a massive round of applause from the athletes around that to make the Ukrainian athletes feel, I think, pretty good.
Yeah, and I think around the people in the canoeing family who've reached out and helped them along the way. I know they've found training groups in around Europe. I know they've been helped financially a little bit here and there, and that's what we do, I guess.
Yeah.
So Hungary from Ukraine, and then it's a fair way back to a little chain of paddlers, which include Czech Republic, Germany, Poland, and maybe the second Hungarian.
So, bottom turn. Sofia Kispan was working hard to try and maximize some sort of advantage and try and stretch that lead, but it looks like Ludmila Babak has got a bungee tied to the tail of Sofia Kispan's
doing very, very well to
C1.
stay in touch. So this is going to be quite telling. Both coming to their favoured side.
Opposite ends of the pontoon. Kispan's going left. Ludmila Babak going right.
Kispan slightly slow getting out.
But
early. She's up and running.
That's a pretty neat takeout from the Hungarian.
Babak slightly quicker.
They're effectively side by side. There's not much in this at all. Kispan with the slightest of leads going into the portage.
Kispan just needs to hold on. Her one-length lead's enough. There's no way Babak's going to come paddling past her, even with a one-length lead, if it's down the final straight. So if Kispan can just keep going, get in her boat cleanly, keep that length's lead, it's going to be a good day for her.
Kispan looking comfortable. Ludmila Babak putting it right alongside our portage
That's
cam.
going to be touch and goes out of that first.
They're gunnel to gunnel now. That's a win for Babak.
They're both on the wrong side for Washangin. So it's Babak, Kispan, Tishankova.
So it's an 11-second gap now, according to our splits. Back to Tishankova. Rest of the field comes out for the portage.
Running through, we've got Canada, Japan.
Germany ahead.
2 from Japan. Germany there with Vejen. No, maybe not Vejen. Maybe that's
Price. Time for a smile for the fans and the cameras and the TV lenses.
All choosing to get in very early there.
Good work by the German. The two Japanese athletes, Raina Oashi and Yuki Baba, safely through the portage as well. Meanwhile, at the top of the course, this arm wrestle for the front of the race continues.
Well, I'm only seeing, am I not seeing it right? I'm looking up the course. I'm only seeing one leader in a white boat. Unless someone's obscured from view. Oh, that might be the swimmer. So, no, that's the swimmer on their first lap still, probably. So, yeah, I'm completely misguided, as ever. And our two leaders are just heading up to the start of their second top turn. There they are. And it's the Hungarian again, ahead of Ukraine. Just one more portage to go. And if Kispan can keep that same lengths lead on the next portage, I suspect this race could be hers. I think she's waited a long time to beat Babak. I don't think Kispan was at the Europeans. No. Molnar and Hegedus raced at the Europeans, so
she still has half a boat length lead as they come around the top turn can. Tishankova comfortably in third at the stage.
So Babak's moved wide. to stop the interference from the waves, just to give herself a little bit of steering brake, and maybe to rattle Kisban just a little.
Also allows her to lengthen her stroke if she's not having to worry about steering the boat with paddle direction.
Can just relax.
And it's working because she's now pulled up alongside Kisban. This could.
And she's come on a, obviously she's chosen the right side to come up for the side she paddles on. So
disarming for Kisban to suddenly see in your peripheral vision the person you thought you had a boat and a half length lead on. Suddenly those Ukrainian colours in the C1 looming large around your left elbow. It's not what you want to see.
I think this is going to come down to a running race, this one. Kisban was, not Kisban, Babak much quicker into her boat than Kisban.
Portage 1 was definitely a win for Ludmila
Babak is inching up.
Yeah, she's going. She's making a bit of a move here. She's really trying to put herself back into control of this race. She's already done that by pulling up alongside, but now this might be crucial. This is turning out to be an arm wrestle, and I'm not sure how much of a parallax view we're getting from our camera here.
I think that's
but as they're coming down, that is it. This is Ludmila Babak easing to the front, and Kisban, I'm reading into some body languages here, is just beginning to worry a bit. Pretty powerful move from Ludmila Babak.
They just come into the turn, their final bottom turn. I don't think Kisban would have let her past if she could stop her at that stage of the race with just a few hundred meters to go to the turn and the portage. I think that's a bit of dominance from the Ukrainian.
Suddenly, Babak is holding all the cards as they come into the bottom turn. If she can get to the portage takeout first, having banked the knowledge that she was better on the run.
This bit here where that plume pushes the Hungarian's boat outwards.
Yeah.
That's the hard bit for the Hungarian. She survived that. She's going to stay on the tail, coming into the portage. And she's just got to run like she means it now. Babak going to the right side of the portage. That's why she's wandered wide on the turn.
She's wandered quite wide, and that's kind of half opened the door for Sofia Kisban.
It has brought Kisban back to within half a length.
Game on. We're coming into the portage. This could shape the outcome of the race. So once again, Kisban goes left. Ludmila Babak goes right. Kisban paddling a lot further down the jetty than she did last time, but it's a good takeout from Babak. Babak is gone. Babak is gone. Kisban is slow. The door is open for Ludmila Babak to take full control of this race. Ukraine over
Neither are
Hungary.
moving particularly well, I have to say. None of them look particularly sprightly. It's a lumbering run from both of them here. But Kisban has only got one chance to win this, and it's here, I think. She's got overlap.
Kisban has come right back in on the run.
Kisban can run long here.
Well, that's a complete turnaround from Portage 1.
Kisban needs to run long. She needs to go right to the end.
And
she's left a nice little gap. And who's
Babak's
going to be away first? Oh my word, that is neck and neck, and Kisban goes. And it all tips into Kisban's favour again. It's 1,000 metres to go. Babak's wandered out to the right. She looks a bit, I don't know, we're looking out the window rather than at screen. Babak looks a bit resigned somehow, body language out the window there.
Let's see if we can pick up that.
I don't know what we're going to see on camera, but definitely the body language from where we're sitting out to our right is that Babak looks very resigned and is still a long way from. We're just going to get that view now. That doesn't look like someone who's.
She got trumped on that portage properly. I think from the minute she took out, she thought she had the race completely in her control. But Sofia Kisban powered her way back through that portage.
There you go. There's the gap. So Kisban all over this now. What a turnaround.
I can't believe that Ludmila Babak has bailed, but Sofia Kispan has clearly executed a plan which included firing on the portage and then using the turbo at this stage in the game to get to the top
Babak
turn.
must have given it a lot more than we thought, overtaking Kisban on the last straight. She got to the portage first and thought she had it. Neither of them were running well, but Kisban overtook, got in first, left her room on the inside, maybe as a result of what we saw this morning with the disqualification to the junior. And this is all Kisban now. Japan and Germany running through the portage. So Ohashi.
Solid if somewhat slow put in, but no mistakes. We keep saying that the portage is the high risk zone. Reina Ohashi. Round the top turn can they go. Now there are 8 boat lengths in it.
And
the Hungarian has got the gold in the palm of her hand here, and it's been a staggering execution.
Do you know what? This is going to play into the long race as well. Kisban has a belief now that actually Babak can be broken. We've never seen her broken head-to-head before. Last year she went the wrong way, lost her medal because of that. But I've never seen someone take her on head-to-head like that and basically blown her out the water, hasn't she?
Well, this portage move from Sofia Kispan was a hammer blow. I mean, I've never seen a race as decisively changed on a portage in a seaboat as we're seeing right now. And the Hungarian richly deserves this lead, and she is maxing it.
Yeah, Kisban didn't look too sharp getting out of her boat. She was slow to rise, slow to get out.
I do think it has taken the wind out of Ludmila Babak's sails.
Well, we said she'd been suffering from an ear infection all week. Maybe she's still unwell. Maybe she's not her full self. But for Kisban, this is a big win.
Tishankova for Ukraine.
The gap opened up fairly rapidly after that final portage.
Oh, there's grit and determination just etched all over Sofia Kispan's face now. This has been so impressive. Finish line in sight now. It's probably going to be another 60 to 70 of those strokes. As Helena Olsen runs through the portage. But it's Kisban. It's been a Kisban masterclass over the last 2 minutes.
I'd say this will be a big win for Hungary. I don't think they've won one of these for a long time. The women's C1.
Ludmila Babak from behind. But as she comes down to the line, the crowd is going to give a warm round of applause as Sofia Kisban of Hungary takes home the C1 women's short course with a staggering playing of her cards. Just when we thought she didn't have many left to play, she played them on that last portage, gave herself a sniff at the front, and then fired the turbos. Probably at the same time as Ludmila Babak looked for the turbo button, and when she pushed it, the control panel said, sorry, no more gas left for these turbos. But silver's going to go the way of Ludmila Babak and the Ukraine as she crosses the line right now.
Solid race from her. I think it would be interesting to find out what her health status is at the moment. It's always, it's never nice as an athlete. If you don't feel well, you feel duty bound to do the race. You don't want to let people down. You've done your training, you don't want to let yourself down, but sometimes when you call on it, it just isn't there.
Ukraine's going to get these other medal as well, and as Olena Tishankova crosses the line. So, 2 medal swag for Team Ukraine.
Hungary, Ukraine, Ukraine. Then it's
Elzbieta Vevakova for the Czech Republic in the blue boat. It's going to take 4th.
being chased down by Grzelkovic of Poland. Just behind them from Germany is Vejen.
Big smiles from Tishankova. Clearly satisfied with the performance and very buoyed by the achievement.
I think that was Nerea Novo across the line.
In the Spanish colours.
She'd already raced the junior long course this morning, and just behind her, the second Hungarian,
Hegedus.
Carolina Hegedus.
Next down to the line is Maria Martin in the Spanish colours.
And Japan's Ohashi, followed by the German Preitz. And then second Japanese athlete Yuki Baba.
Yeah, what a race.
More to come, Dave. There's more to come. We gotta hold this thing together all afternoon.
I think the anybody with a faulty pacemaker would do well to leave the venue, because I think it's going to be really exciting this afternoon.
1-2-2 coming in there.
That's Zoe Bergeron from Team Canada. Really puts a lot of effort into her seaboat racing. 19, bright future ahead of her. Dragged into the war boats as part of the crew. It's the club racing scene that they do have. Sagia. Baba followed home by Bergeron. As you can see, great crowd gathered here on the bank of Lake Yels to enjoy these races. C1 men are going to be in short course action in a couple of minutes' time, and then
Katja Eriksson from Denmark across the line.
Strap yourselves down for the smorgasbord of racing action in the short course races.
And Rika Abraham from Australia.
Hi. So, interview. Yeah. As you can speak Ukraine.
I try. I can speak Ukraine.
Yeah,
very
So that's the
well.
view of the stands.
I know you can. But you can speak English. And
The white elevated tent there was called the Masters Lounge last week. I'm not sure what it's called this week.
Okay.
Yeah. All three of you.
Yeah, it's a premium viewing facility here. This Rock Club at Lake Yels is a great facility.
I'm ready. Ready.
And then, so what an engaging race it has been, particularly with that incredible roll of the dice from Zavir Kispan. The elite ladies are down at the side of Lake Yels, and Stefan will have the luxury and privilege of being able to talk to them. Stefan.
Three very happy medalists. Sofia Kispan second last year, and now a gold.
Yes, I am really happy. This is my first gold medal, and I'm so happy.
How was the race?
It was very, very hard. Ludmila is very, very good, and we have so many races, and finally I can win. So I'm so happy.
You made a wonderful last short lap.
Yes, I want a very, very hard laps, and I want hard running, and it goes, and I'm very sorry. I'm very happy with that.
Congratulations. Big applause. Sofia Kispa. And Ludmila, another medal for you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I not speak. I very happy, but I little sick. I want yesterday not starting short distance, but me very bad. But I starting and to place. But I congratulations, Sophie. This year you winner.
Yeah, we saw that you were exhausted during the last lap. Congratulations, Ludmila Babak.
Thank you.
And Olena, first medal for you?
Yes, it's first medal for me in marathon, and two medal in this year. I very happy. I very happy this medal, and these girls very strong. I happy stayed now with him.
Congratulations. It was a wonderful race. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Stefan. One thing you take out of that, Ivan, is that there is a real bond and a real rivalry. So let's look back on that race and summarize exactly what we've seen. A real arm wrestle with Sofia Kispan coming out on top over Ludmila Babak, and a second Ukrainian medal going the way of Tishankova. Vevakova for the Czech Republic coming in fourth, and then Poland, Germany, Spain, and Hungary.
In the shape of Grzelkovic for Poland. I'll help you out, Dave.
Thank you, Ivan.
9th, Martin Ohashi 10th, Preitz 11th, Baba 12th, Bergeron 13th, Eriksson 14th, Abraham 15th, and Helena Olsen 16th.
So the spotlight now shifts to the men doing their equivalent over the same 3.4 kilometers. They're heading down to the start pontoon at the moment. And you've got some big names in this field as well, Ivan.
We have, right from the top,
Campos.
Big ones: Campos, Bourgil, Romero, Zucora, Sebastian Simon, Gergely Nagy now racing for Australia. It wasn't too long ago he was racing for Hungary at these.
Yep.
There he is in the yellow top. So last year's world champion Diego Romero, he has boat number 147. Sebastian Simeon, last time fourth. Kaminski from Poland third, but I don't think he's in today.
So there's the specs for the C1 boats, as we've been discussing. And let's have a look at that start list in a bit more detail. Manuel Campos, Ivan, in 142. Davidov from Ukraine, 141. Bourgil from Poland, 145. Diego Romero of Spain in 147. Zucora from Poland in 148. Japan have got Kokaji. Roberto Palacios of Argentina in 152. Sebastian Simon from Hungary in 151. Gergely Nagy, I think they're calling him Gary Nagy now. Actually, Gergely Nagy now paddling in the colours of Australia at 154. Italy and France have Eduardo Callo and Thomas Dunilac as they get called down to the starters line. Conditions are actually lightening. If anything, it looks like the cloud is slowly but surely drifting off. Romero on the right hand side of the picture there.
So he was third at the Europeans. Europeans pretty much taken by the Poles, Bourgil and Zucora.
That's Zukora in the center of that picture, looking very relaxed, joking with his competitors.
So first and second went to Poland at the Europeans. Romero third. Last year's Worlds, Romero came out on top, but perhaps not done quite as much training this year, who knows. We've got Egypt there in the middle with Mohamed Ibrahim. He's been here all week as part of the talent identification.
Down to the line they come. And they're underway.
Bourgil away well, the backwards white hat. There's already collisions down there. There's 1, 2, 3 boats involved in that one. Japan in the yellow, top of your shot, 141, Davidov. But down at the bottom, it's
Campos looking very strong off the start line as well. Kokaji of Japan putting in a good start.
Tarnovshi from Moldova in that red shirt. So Tarnovshi taking it to them here. The yellow shirt
Yanchuk
of Nagy right next to him.
Dmytro Yanchuk of Ukraine. Probably fired up by the Ukrainian woman picking up 2 medals in the race, which has just been completed. And Campos in the background there.
Just trying to work out who that second red shirt is at the top. Get a boat number for you. 155 is Tarnovshi.
Tarnovsky.
And this is compatriot 146.
It's Oleg Tarnovsky.
Oh, that makes it easy. They're both called Tarnovsky.
So Oleg's got the headband on. Sergei's got the backhood cap on.
So those three comfortably away and clear. Romero nowhere near this one. Bourgil nowhere near this one. Zukora nowhere near. So we're very much a display of dominance from two that we haven't seen before. The Tarnovshi brothers are here to make an impact.
And Dmytro Yanchuk of the Ukraine making up the last of that breakaway trio. Not what you predicted at all, Ivan.
No, I had that. Actually, no, not at all. But I had that as the Australian there with the yellow shirt, and I think I'm wrong there, aren't I?
I'm pretty sure that's Ukraine.
Yep.
Wide around that top turn can, and that's kind of opening the door for the chasers who've been tighter around
It is,
the
and
boys.
Romero's back in the game.
Oh, he's zoomed in on that gap.
Two Japanese directional control issues there for one of them in the yellow. And Romero suddenly is back in the game.
For a moment you saw the back view of Roberto Palacios racing in the colors of Argentina.
Tarnovsky, Yanchuk. Romero just at the back of that group now.
And that's Bourgil in the Polish colors.
So some of the big names getting back in contention. 4 left-handers to the right of the right-hander. Moldovans all over this at the moment though. Ukraine in the yellow. Campos, it is not Romero. So Manuel Campos, stronger of the two Spaniards. dominance in Spain flip-flops back and forward between these guys. They have a set group of guys up there. One year one of them's good, another year another's good.
This chasing pair have got a tricky job there. They're in the messy water.
That's going to be Zucora and the blue shirt, potentially Callo of Italy.
So 5 clear at the front at the early stages of the C1 men's short race. And the two Moldovans pretty sensationally and unexpectedly going to the front early on. Now being reeled in by some of the established big guns who are possibly passing on a message. Gents, know your place.
Campos ducks around the inside to get on the inside of the turn. He knows somebody is going to go wide. We saw him at the bottom turn, and I think Campos is going to come out of this at least second, if not higher, after this turn. He's already made his way up to third. Two Moldovans away and clear. Frenchman Dunilac there with Romero. Nowhere near the front for Romero this year. Campos instead, he's your man, and he's third at the moment. So
time.
Moldova, Spain, Ukraine, Poland 2.
The Moldovans have both taken out beautifully, very quickly onto the pontoon.
Campos runs well though. I think we'll see him overhaul maybe one of the Moldovans on the run. Here he comes, left of shot.
Oleg
shouting,
moving out
shouting
into
for the room. He's overtaking one.
He's overtaking them both. What a move from
They don't know what to do with him. He's going to run long as well because he's got experience.
Took out third, put in first. And a great put in as well.
Poles both there now. Ukrainian all over the shop, still back at the portage. And the Moldovans starting to look a little more ordinary. Now they're in the rougher water. He's trying to come up this side of Campos.
Tickle on the tail of Manuel Campos.
Game over for Ukraine. He's been at the portage for a while now. Sebastian Simon back there as well. Dunilac in the fancy colours of France. That's
back at the front, and the Tonovskis are now muscling their way.
They have muscled their way through, but I think Romero knows he's got them on the portage. Not Romero, Campos.
Campos was spectacular on that last run.
Yeah, he's good at his running.
From about 5 boat lengths back to put in first. Solid. Sergei Tornovsky. He's got Zukora on his left. He's got Oleg on his right.
And
Manuel Campos.
Bourgil this side. Campos looking nicely set. Wonder if he'll duck round the back again for this turn. He knows that some of those others struggle. Romero making his way back there. 398 on his back.
Thomas Dunilac looks like he would like to hunt his way back onto that. I wonder if he can bridge up there.
I think that's a bigger gap back to him. I think it's Romero's the next one to get in touch. That's Romero on his own behind that lead 5. It's going to get tight at the front. There's contact.
Oh,
with the
there's
boats.
a swimmer.
We've got ourselves a swimmer. That's one of the Moldovans.
It's Oleg.
So he's out.
Oleg Tornovsky is out. And he's out in the middle of the lake. That's game over for him. He's going to have to swim that C1 to the side. So that just
who's
leaves...
back? Romero is back in contention. He's tapped the back of the Polish boat. Polish boat now out of contention. So he's got to get round that next buoy, and that's a long little journey for him. Romero back in the top 4. It's the white cap of Bourgil, currently leading. So Spain. How did Romero get back from where he was earlier on?
This race has been turned on its
The
head.
Moldovans struggling for their steering. Romero's not going to enjoy that little detour. So Spain.
Moldova, Poland.
Amazing that Romero's back in. I think Moldova's going to have it handed to him on the portage by the experienced Spaniards and the pole. I think he's going to come up last in the group out of the next portage. Through goes Romero, last year's world champion. We'd written him off in commentary, and that's always a good sign for any paddler. To be written off by us means absolutely nothing.
Tarnowski's determined to stay with him. Oh, and there's a bit of coming together. Romero's moved right. Tarnowski's had to stop.
Campos goes straight through, and it's the two Spaniards ahead on their own.
Oh, bumper cars.
This has been pretty eventful. It's looking good.
The loser there was Sergei Tarnowski, who was...
Bourgil, the Tarnowskis have the flat water speed. They just don't have the skill set for these tight laps. And the two Spaniards are in front. They're the quickest over the land anyway. And I did not see this coming from Diego Romero.
Sergei Tarnowski's still in this.
He's still in it, but if I were racing for Poland at the moment, I would feel very vulnerable coming into this final turn with Tarnowski there.
Bourgil at the back. Into the turn they go.
It's all well organised so far, but here it goes wrong.
Tarnowski's pushing.
Is just,
Tarnowski just
he's
doesn't
a
have
liability.
The turn. He just doesn't have the turn. Almost tipped the Spaniard's tail. And he's taken the pole out wide with him as well. You can see the pole toiling to try and work around him.
You can see it coming. Tarnowski just hasn't quite got the skill set yet for these. The Spaniards have, and they're going to come in together. I'm so hoping Romero wins this now after where he's come from.
Romero,
Campos
a little slip
away.
from Romero. So that gives Campos the lead. Campos and Romero side by side.
The pole is all over the place. His boat got away from him. It's the two poles running together. Spain versus Spain.
Romero
that is a great
chasing
shot.
down Campos. This put-in could be key.
It's Campos away first. Romero second.
Romero quickly up alongside him. It's the two of them now.
I would think he'd want to go straight past if he can. And he is going to do that.
Bourgil's off the back. And I'm afraid Sergei Tarnowski's portage has left him flailing hopelessly in the background. Raw power on flat water, which took our breath away in the beginning. And it's all just conspired to work against him. Spain versus Spain.
Then
Poland chasing for third.
France and Ukraine still in the game, but not in for a shout of a medal. And it's going to be Romero after everything he's been through.
You're going Romero over Campos?
Yeah, he's faster. He won last year. I remember him being pretty impressive last year. But this is maybe even more impressive. I'd written him off totally. He was nowhere near the front, was he? And now he's come through, helped partially by a degree of incompetence in the groups in front of him.
I think this is wide open.
The pole's just behind, but it's too far behind to have an impact on gold and silver.
Coming up to the top turn, and then I think it's going to be a bolt down to the finish.
I think Romero's just got the flat line speed over Campos.
Campos is going to be on the outside on this turn. Into the first of those turn cans they go. This leaves Romero holding the reins, I got to say. It's clearly the two Spaniards who are going to be scrapping it out for gold in our C1 men's short course.
Borgil and Zukora just behind them. But it's going to be Spain 1-2. Poland 3-4.
Almost taking a little bit of the pace off as they make that final turn, because this is going to come down to who has that explosive burst. Now they're in the home straight. Diego Romero opens the taps. Manuel Campos drops back half a boat length but is managing to stay with him. Diego Romero's got a sniff of gold and he's not going to want to let it go.
I can't believe he's going to win this. Look to his right. Campos tries to come up on his right. Romero moves across. If he can keep his wave in front of Campos, it's going to be good for him. But they're locked in battle. I don't know. It's very hard to tell who's winning there. It could be. It is Campos.
Campos has gone to the front. The stroke rate was suddenly 10% higher than Romero. Remember, he's a slightly lighter man. They're going into a slight wind. Campos has now pulled ahead of Diego Romero in the vital stages of this. They're still a good 200 meters away from the line. Can Diego Romero dig deep and find a little turbo to pull himself back into contention? Campos leads Romero by half a boat length. Spain. And the wily Manuel Campos is going to pull this off. Matching, he's slightly faster in stroke rate. And he's still maintaining a 3/4 boat length lead over Diego Romero as they come to within 50
just in
meters
danger
of the line.
slipping over that backwash. It's getting dangerously close to falling behind. And once he's fallen behind, it's game over.
A seesaw
Here's
showdown.
The finish. It is going to be Campos.
Manuel Campos is going to make it a Spain 1-2 with Diego Romero half a boat length behind him.
Hats off to Romero. I don't know how he did that from where he was. To come up to second and even challenge for first was just an amazing result.
Borgil.
Borgil ahead of Zukora. And Zukora only just ahead
of a fast finishing Sebastian Simon
from Hungary. Hungary outside the medals on this one.
Oh, what a turnaround.
Then it's the Moldovan.
Followed by Issei Takanaka.
No.
Correction on that.
That's Davidov from Ukraine.
Thomas Donilac of France.
And Yanchuk from Ukraine across the line. So strong and that early stages, but it wasn't the early stages that counted.
Yeah.
As Diego Romero, I'm sure, will be quick to tell us. The Italian over the line, Callo. Nagy.
George Nagy.
Okay.
Good.
So we get a little replay coming up on screen now.
Spain versus Spain in an arm wrestle.
Here we go on that top turn. This is the capsize from the Moldovan. There it is.
Oh.
Just, you got the front of his boat caught on his brother's boat. Can you believe that?
Yep.
And that was just enough to take him in. Desperately unlucky for him there. It was all closing in, but he had space. He just had an overlap on his brother. An overlap on a turn like that is an absolute nightmare anyway. And in a C1 it must be even worse. And that was him. Egypt, one of the countries that's been on the development program all week. Great to see him here. Good to see him finish. That's Mohammed Ibrahim.
Mohammed Gamal. Paddling powerfully. There's a lot of talent wrapped up in Mohammed Gamal there. Trust the powers that be are going to make sure that the opportunities keep presenting themselves for paddlers like Mohammed Gamal.
I tell you what, I watched him training in the week, and if it was a running race, he would have won it hands down. That man can run.
It was pushy.
I don't. So as we watch Egypt coming in, about 100 meters to go. We'll get confirmation of the results to you at some point. In the background, we see the women warming up for
Just
what
to
is
whet
going to
your
be
appetite.
a huge race, this one. So all the way to the finish. Athlete all the way from Egypt.
There are nodes of incredibly hard work going on in various points around Africa, identifying and creating opportunities for young men and women who are serious athletes to get involved in canoeing and kayaking. Mohammed Gamal comes down to the finish to claim a result for Egypt at the Worlds. That, in the greater context, is a big result. Roberto Palacios claiming the result for Argentina. And that pretty much clears the course, I think, Ivan.
And we move on.
As we can take a deep breath and then... whew.
To the women's K1. Stacked lineup. So Stefan's trying to line up an interview.
Also, having a chat to the pole that...
Trying to attract the attention of a Spaniard engaged in conversation is never going to be easy.
Okay.
But Stefan's got everyone lined up on the podium for an interview, and it'd be great to hear what these athletes say. I would love to hear from Diego Romero personally. We'll try and hand over to Stefan at the podium with the three.
Once again, three happy medalists. Congratulations, wonderful done. And the gold medalist, Manuel Campos. Another gold for you. Congrats.
Muchas gracias. Estoy muy contento con esta medalla de oro, una nueva medalla que ya es la octava y gano por primera vez esta modalidad del maratón, que es la short race.
And as always, he's very happy, and I think you said it was the 8th medal or something like that. My Spanish is not that good, but you did a wonderful race.
Sí, es mi octava medalla. Fue una carrera soñada además para España, que yo y mi compañero Diego Romero fuimos primero y segundo, y estamos muy contentos y preparados ya para la siguiente.
Yes, you worked really well together during the final laps. It was amazing to see.
Sí, la verdad es que fue una regata que me planteé después de la salida, viendo cómo salían los moldavos, ir de menos a más, y me salió bien. El primer porteo, pues ya conseguí salir del porteo a 2 barcos de ellos, y el hacia boca, pues apreté un poquillo, ellos tuvieron un pequeño choque y enganché. Después llegué al grupo y me tiré ya a marcar el grupo para llegar al último porteo con un poco de ventaja, y después ya con mi compañero Manuel Antonio pues nos escapamos y a disputar la medalla los dos.
Congratulations, wonderfully done. And the bronze medal goes to Poland. Here's to Shura.
Yes, thank you. This is very hard race. I'm very tired, and now I see C2 in my partner Mateusz Borgiel. I beat Mateusz, and this is a very good athlete. And congrats for he, and thank you.
You have had a wonderful season, medals both in the Europeans and in the Worlds, and will it be more this weekend?
Tak, jest naprawdę dzisiaj ciężki dzień, udany. Mam nadzieję, że w sobotę i w niedzielę uda się powtórzyć i poprawić rezultaty.
Once again, put your hands together for Diego, Manuel, and Mateus. Congrats. Gracias.
Well, gladiators that will meet again in a C1 arena somewhere else in the world on a regular basis to be able to renew hostilities, banking memories of what happened here.
Results
so, quick
coming
summary
up.
of the results.
Campos from Romero, from Zukora from Borgiel, both from Poland. Sebastian Simon, 5th place, just behind Borgiel, then Tarnowski, the only remaining Moldovan in the race after his brother swam. Davidov from Ukraine, Dunilak from France in 8th place. 9th, Janchuk from Ukraine, Eduardo Callo from Italy in 10th, Gogeli Nagy from Australia in 11th, Takanaka from Japan, followed by his compatriot Kokaji, Palacios from Argentina. Mohamed Ibrahim disqualified. I would suspect that's missing a buoy. We didn't see it on screen, so apologies for not giving you the information on that. And then confirmation that Oleg Tarnowski didn't finish. That was due to the swim we had and saw on the replay. So great race from the men's C1. And we line up now for the 2 K1 races. One of the big players there, Kahalmi. I can see her leading the first lap at some point, but I think the portages are just too much for her when you have to contest those with people like Kisley and Anderson who are so smooth. I think Kahalmi maybe will just come up short.
And a Sledjo's opportunity to really assert herself here. And Winter was really strong in her heat. Opportunity to step that up a notch, and of course Eva Barrios right in the mix as well. This is going to be a great showdown.
Absolutely. Nina Rios are there in the turquoise boat.
So let's have a careful look at first of all, the K1 spec. As we all know, coming into this event, Melina Anderson is our world champion. So, looking at the numbers, Candela's in 171, Forst in 172, Mann 173, Erland, Osa, Milova, and Winter in the Denmark colours is in 177. Kolhami is going to figure large in this one, 178. Koloek in 179, Eva Barrios is in 180.
That was actually the second page on that. So we've missed out some of the big names on the first page, which is, we hope maybe we'll get now. Yep, this is the first page. So Bedek and Sletjo, both contenders. Then Fink and Otero. Melina Anderson, one of the really big names. Matilda Forrest from France. Riosa from Estonia. Van der Kisley. My choice of favourite for this one as it stands, but that's a tough call, calling her against Anderson. Doreen Kemp from New Zealand and Melissa Johnson from Great Britain.
Every reason to believe you'll have 8 or 10 together when it comes up to that top turn. This is a heavily stacked women's field. And there's your champ.
Neither.
In very dark glasses, it must be said. It's gloomy. It's got quite cold here at Lake Yels. Wind is not really a factor. Cows in the background are apparently quite happy.
So neither Anderson nor Kisley really impressed at the 5k short course marathon at the sprints last weekend, but they are looking good here.
There's a particular kind of glance, Ivan, that you say for drifting up to the start line, that left-right which says, I've got you, I know what you can do, got it worked out.
To
Argentina's Juliana Otero.
Kahami thinking that she should be the other side of Anne Winter.
Drifting back to do some rearranging right on the start line.
Irati Osa, don't think she's got the power to be a real contender here. I think they want to move, they're going to want to move Kahami over. Oh, Anne Winter's just going to line up out of position on this side. I think that's the, are they going to, no, they're going to make Kahami come to this side of that boy. Winter will go in her rightful place. 161, Christina Bedek. She's going to be up there, as will Sletjo. She was super impressive at the 5k last weekend.
Barrios closest to us.
White flags up and away they go.
Right. Strap yourselves down. This is going to be a bumpy ride.
Top of your screen, Christina Bedek isn't making too much ground. She's got to get across to Anderson in the blue boat. Down this end in the white boat is going to be Kahami. Red boat in the middle, Kisley. They're the four big ones.
Anderson, Kisley flying at the top.
So it's Kahami in the middle. And this has got to be, who's down the bottom end here? Maybe it's, there's Kisley in shot there. Together with her, Riosa just hanging in there. What a great lane between those two. So there's your big players. Sletjo. We've got Bedex come across in the green. Kahami leads. Barrios to her right. The Australian in there for now. Through goes Anderson on Kahami. And it's going to squeeze Kisley into the back. It's going to be a little bit tight for a moment here. Bedek on the outside. Sletjo in the turquoise boat with the yellow nose. Kisley tidy in the back. We know she portages well. She won't be too stressed being hidden in the back there for now. In fact, she'll be very happy with where she is right now. But everyone's still in the game.
And the pace is allowing a big bunch to form as they come up to the top turn, Can.
Winter still there for Denmark also. All the big names still in the game.
But your world champion pulling the star-studded group as they come up.
Milova in the red, white and blue boat. She's doing well on the outside. And Winter right on the side closest us. There is nowhere that Anderson likes being better than at the front. She loves her own clear water. And that's exactly where she is right now. Hats off to Riosa up there also still.
Kisley on the diamond.
Dutch just falling off that group in the sort of light green boat with a red tip. That's Van Voorst. All smoothly round the corner. It's going to get a bit tight at the back. Riosa struggling to keep her nose in that V. She's just out of it now, and that will push her across. Anderson leads. Kisley resting. Kahami all looking good until it comes to the portage. Sletjo was really good on the portages last weekend. Bedek looked a bit vulnerable this morning. So far, this is playing to the strengths of Anderson, who loves leading, and to Kisley, who is doing, frankly, very little, tucked in the back there.
Sletjo just biding her time.
What Kisley has got, though, is the problem of getting to the portage and getting out cleanly. With a couple of athletes in front of her, it might not all go her way. Winter just struggling at the back there, I think, to keep with this group. 173 looking good. Rebecca Mann still tucked in the back. Norway's Erland still in the running there. Also, that's in that kind of purpley boat just off the back of the group there. Anderson leads. Sletjo, Kahalmi, Barrios to the right of Kahalmi. Milova to the right. And here we go. Kahalmi's laying it down. She's only inching up on Anderson, but she's going to get there, I think. But it's an all-in effort.
Kahalmi's going to the front. Anderson's quite happy to drop back onto that wave, and then the diamond reforms with Kisley sitting pretty.
Easy move for Kisley. There was nothing to challenge her on her way across to that V. What she has got, though, is the problem of Kahalmi, who gets out of her boat quite slowly in front of her now.
Sletjo coming up on the left.
There's no way that Anderson is going to let Sletjo up on her left.
Bedek squabbling to get back onto that bunch.
Bedek's done. She doesn't look comfortable. She doesn't look happy this weekend so far from what we've seen. Sletjo's in a spot of bother here because she's got nowhere to fall back to either. So that's going to get very tight for her. Here we go. She's already...
Game time.
So Sletjo managed to fall back, but those two can't paddle. They're both paddling one-sided. That was always going to happen.
Sletjo's all over the shop. She tipped the back of Anderson's boat and is now sliding right across the right of the lane, taking Bedek out in the process.
The white boat did it extremely well there. I think, is that Winter in the white boat?
Into the portage they come.
Look, Kisley trying desperately to get to the left of the landing stage, and she just can't get there.
Can't get around
She's going to have to get... Surely she can't
that's
come...
a huge move.
What? Why? You can't be that bad at carrying it.
That's cost her 3 boat lengths.
Absolute insanity. Surely you just call it a day and go on the right. She lost so much time. And then after all that, it's the Spaniard. It's Barrios running first. Anderson will close her down, I think, a little on the run. Kahalmi's going to come up short as Kisley overtakes her. There's not a lot of room on that inside.
Kisley
contact with
clattering
the fence.
against the spectators' railings. Barrios unbelievably going to the front. Anderson.
Kisley away very tidily.
Slow.
Anderson away. Kahalmi did really well. She's still in touch. I didn't see that coming. But Kisley, what a mess. I mean, she's safe. She's back up and running. But just for the sake of getting out on the left, was it all worth it?
She's pulled a rabbit out of a hat because she had painted herself into a complete corner there. Great rescue job from Van der Kisley.
And we did not have man down to be man down.
You did.
I
man
didn't
down
have,
is not man
I didn't
down.
have Rebecca Mann down for still being in the race at this stage.
And Rebecca Mann is eyeing out Van der Kisley as her passport to her place on the podium.
Kahalmi gets on the V. She might try and come up the left of Kisley because Mann is dropping back slightly.
Kisley suddenly looking dominant at the front. Barrios, the big winner on the portage.
Where's Anderson? Still
Anderson
there,
out on
just
the
out
right.
of shot.
Out on the right.
So Sletjo looking like she's struggling off the back of the group. Kisley looking dominant at the moment.
Well, what a shake-up in the portage, like throwing a bunch of ping-pong balls into a washing machine.
Except for Barrios, who just smoothed through the whole lot. And it was Man, wasn't it? The white boat we saw colliding with Sletjo, or Sletjo colliding with her, and she snuck through on the inside.
Kept her head.
Superbly managed
Kept
crisis.
Sletjo's the one that's fallen off the back here and is the big loser in this process.
But she should have seen that coming in the lead into that bottom turn. She was on the inside. She had nowhere to go. She had time to manage that whole scenario, but instead just continued into what was going to be pretty much an unavoidable collision. So Kisley leading, pretty pedestrian. I think she knows that she's got the legs on the portage. The amount of effort she went to come to the left of the landing stage. Crazy.
Anderson coming around the outside of Barrios.
I think Anderson will want to challenge Barrios for that side. I would certainly want to challenge Barrios for that side. I want to come into the portage as close to Kisley as I can.
And that pulls Kohalmi onto the wave, onto the diamond. She's on there.
Kohalmi on the left. It's Man in the diamond.
Man in the...
Great race from her.
That's
great
a
race from her.
Yeah.
Considering what she had to go through at that bottom turn and survive to stay with this group.
Proper streetwise paddling. She really kept her head. But it's the Van der Kisley show now.
I can't believe Anderson's not having a go, at least at Barrios.
Lap 2
on that side.
It's lap 2. She's comfortable out there.
There's only one more portage though. Portage up to the turn and back. Maybe she's coming through now, giving it a little go now, coming up level with Barrios. Barrios holding her off. And there we go. Boom.
There goes Anderson on the outside.
Kisley's going to hold her off. Anderson just, I think, wants to get to the side of Kisley. I'm surprised she didn't do it sooner. And Kohalmi knows she needs to get to the portage first. Kisley very happy to let Kohalmi through because that puts Anderson's second wash out again. So you saw no resistance from Kisley there. Barrios will come to the left of Kohalmi, I'm sure, given time. Just dropping back now, but the Australian's going to get there first. It's going to be very tight. Barrios too sharp for the Australian. They're just opposite us in commentary now. It's Kohalmi leading in. Can we remember which side of the landing stage she went last time?
She went right, if I remember.
Which does not sit well for Kisley, who's on her right-hand side. Australian ducks back into the V. It's a good move.
She's up for the scrap in this one.
It's a good move. Barrios, much wiser than Sletjo. She's dropping back for that first buoy on the turn. Anderson trying to come around the outside. Kisley won't have that.
Kohalmi on the inside. As they size up this portage.
Man, just tantalizingly off the back of the group.
See if Kisley's hell-bent on taking that left-hand side. Kohalmi, Kisley, Anderson.
Hungarians going left. Swede going right, along with Barrios.
Kisley's getting squeezed. Kisley's getting squeezed at the back.
Plenty of room. There's plenty.
She's good. She's out.
Bit slow out.
Nose gets
Anderson
nudged.
running super hard this time. It's a much harder run from her. I favour whoever gets in first from this, and it looks like it's Anderson. Kisley in a spot of bother, and it's Barrios also closing down. But that gap's significant. That's going to be 2-3 lengths.
Rebecca Mann running this portage beautifully. Anderson away and away quickly. Kisley, Barrios.
Kisley in trouble now. Anderson loves being out there. She's going to grind the speed up.
I think it's go, go, go time for Anderson.
Kisley will get back. It's an expensive climb. Over 2 waves she's got there to get back in contention. Barrios going with her. Barrios using Kisley to get back to Anderson. It's very hard to see how Kisley can get past, though, when she gets there. Melissa Johnson at the back of that group. Which includes
Sletjo, a distant
Spain
shadow now.
And the Netherlands. There we are. There's your top 3. Which side does Kisley go? She needs to go left to hold off the Spaniard.
To stay on Anderson's tail.
She's going to come right.
She is looking right.
That falls to the Spaniard nicely there. Barrios gets a lift all the way to the tail of Anderson. As Kohalmi still not out the game. Kohalmi has the best turn of speed of all these 4.
Melinda Anderson backing herself now for the turn and the dice down to the line. Kisley, Barrios.
And Kahalmi making up the 4. Is that, or is that? I think it is.
It's man in 5th.
It's man in 5th, yeah. So, Sweden, Hungary, Spain and Hungary.
All safely around the top boys.
At the moment, you have to favour Anderson for the win. It's a long way round for Kahalmi from there.
Kisley's got the best chance, I think, if she's really got some gas in the tank. She's going to have to play her cards pretty soon after this last turn, boy.
What there is, if these two have a big churn up, is there's a little door opens for somebody else. Kahalmi, if she waits and waits and waits, lets the other two have their churn up first, Kahalmi could pick something off the bones at the end of this. There goes Kisley. It's game on now. Kahalmi needs to sit with Kisley till this fizzles out and then have her own go at Anderson. Anderson holding Kisley off fairly comfortably. Kisley's not going to make it past. Now's the time for Kahalmi to go round Kisley if she's got the power to do it. Anderson looking smooth.
Barrios hovering on the left.
Hovering backwards, I'm afraid, Dave.
Anderson in the bubble. She's got a race. She's got a mission.
I think Kahalmi's
She's
settled
got
for a
clear
medal.
water ahead of her. Vanda Kisley, the only person that can do anything about this. And it's going to take a monumental roll of the dice. They've got 125 meters to go. Melinda Anderson, your world champion, holding all the cards. Vanda Kisley,
Anderson
she's
looking,
throwing everything and the kitchen sink at it, and it's just making no inroads into Melinda Anderson.
looking already full on. Kisley's still got a little bit extra, I think, from here. She's just going to have to time it right. It's going to be extremely tight. Anderson.
She's running out of
going
time
strong.
for this.
It's about now or never. It looks like never.
Kisley's she's
content
not even
to
going to
sit
try
there.
and pull the trigger. She's happy to sit for second. This is a champion performance from the Swede as Melinda Anderson comes down to the line to take gold in the women's short course. Kisley second. Eva Barrios on the inside is going to take third.
Good result for her, most
She's
certainly.
wildly happy with that.
And hats off to Kahalmi there. You know, she didn't look sharp enough to get a result like that.
And this is
morning.
my result on the screen.
Yeah,
here.
absolutely.
What a fantastically
Yep.
streetwise show from Rebecca Mann.
Then Bedek, then Sletjo, then Milova. There's your Australian. Rebecca Mann, huge job from her. Johnson across the line from Great Britain with Van Voorst from the Netherlands. Osa from Spain. Riosa from Estonia. And the French.
Matilda Forres.
And New Zealand. Doreen Kemp.
Juliana Otero.
I think that's Coloec.
It's Coloec, I beg your pardon. It's Maria Coloec.
Then the Norwegian. Elise Erland.
Followed home by Beatrice Candela of Italy.
And the German Caroline Fink.
Wow, class showing.
Otero coming in now. Good result for her to get to the final. And to line up against some of those other girls must be a pretty intimidating prospect if you're a first timer in one of these finals. I think Otero, our last finisher, 50 yards to go. So closes the women's short course, and you know what that means. We move on.
Yeah, time to go and get fresh popcorn and coffee because this one is going to be a show. Just reflecting on Rebecca Mann's course management and the cool composure that she showed in situations that would have undone a lot of her other peers.
Yep.
So many of the Aussies have come into this form of racing through surf lifesaving, and that just smacked of somebody who's spent time as a surf lifesaver on a surf ski, just able to manage her needs in a race through experience in a ski. I'll have to dig a little bit deeper on that issue with Rebecca Mann.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing with ski paddling is you have to have that peripheral vision all the time, which you don't have, say, as a sprinter. They're almost polar opposites. And what she had there, she saw Sletjo was going to fall back on her. She saw it coming and took whatever action. When we can't tell what action she took, but all we know is she came out of that incident very, very well, as opposed to Sletjo kind of drifted into an incident and it just got worse and worse for her.
And showed she had the power when she was suddenly a peripheral player to power back onto the bunch.
Yep, 100%.
I mean, she had an opportunity to bark with the big dogs today, and she certainly took full advantage of that.
So we should get interviews.
Looking forward to hearing from the major players in this. There was a stage when it looked like Van der Kisley was going to rule this with an iron fist. But I think we completely underestimated the pedigree of Melina Anderson.
I mean, there were tight margins there. So we'll hand over to Stefan by the podium, who's got all three of the winning women there. Stefan, let's hear what the winners have to say.
3 happy medalists. What an amazing race.
Yeah, it was really tough.
It really was. Did you expect this?
Yes.
Straightforward. You didn't say so when I spoke to you yesterday. You were a little bit unsafe, but now your tactics did pan out.
Yeah, I just knew that it was gonna be a very tough race, and I needed to give my all and be very mentally prepared if I was going to win or even take a medal, because it was really, really hard out there.
Yeah, it was. And Wanda, pleased?
Yes, I am. It was tough, but I knew that the girls are very fast and very strong. So, yeah, it was a really good race, and I think it was exciting. I hope the people are, loved it.
Yeah, it was an amazing race also from you. Great. You did a peculiar thing on the first portage, to switch side on the pontoon. Why?
Yeah, because I love more the left side. And I saw that it doesn't matter if the left or right, so because I love the left more, so I choose that one.
Yeah, and you had a wonderful run, and you managed to get through it. And Eva, a great race also from you. Did you expect this?
No me lo esperaba, había unas rivales muy duras y la carrera ha sido muy intensa. Hasta el final no se ha decidido pues, el tercer puesto, pero estoy muy contenta con la carrera.
She says she's very happy and pleased with the race.
Yes, I'm very happy for the race.
All of you, congratulations, and we will see more of you this weekend, I'm sure.
Sorry, they came back to us quicker than we thought, and we still got a mouthful of biscuits here. But what a great race that was. Absolutely fantastic. It was great to see other people getting in the mix there, and maybe we'll see the same in the men's in just a moment. Results on screen now. They're coming up. Confirmation of what we've just seen. Melina Anderson took it to Van der Kisley on that last portage and made that advantage stick. Eva Barrios in third. Kahalmi, great performance from her. But Rebecca Mann may be the standout performance of the day. Christina Bedek back in 6th, Anna Sletjo 7th, Milova 8th, Winter 9, Melissa Johnson 10th. She'll be pleased with that. Odette van Voorst, Netherlands 11, Osa Riosa, Matilda Foray, Doreen Kemp, Maria Koloek, the first of the 2 Argentinians, Elise Erland from Norway, Candela from Italy, Fink from Germany, and Juliana Otero in her first world final, and that's some achievement.
Yeah, time to catch our breath and focus on the next item on the agenda, which is probably going to be just as close, if not closer.
There's one of your big contenders.
Fernando Pimenta.
The boats the Portuguese are using this weekend are kind of half K1, half surf ski. So they're a sit on top that's then enclosed with a sort of pop on top cockpit.
Just talk us through that.
Well, exactly like a surf ski, you sit in a bucket in the middle with the 2 ends sealed off, and then they fit a cockpit on top of that structure just to stop the waves coming in.
Okay, it's a water management issue.
Yeah, I would think so, and a portaging issue, because you can't portage a surf ski very comfortably. There's nothing to grab hold of. Alonso there, race management, his speciality. He's really come back into form in the last couple of years. Lawrence Panacook behind him. Not sure we'll see him at the sharp end, mid-pack maybe. The Argentinian.
Maurizio Acuna.
Matata, and he's on his way to feeling happy about this one. From Slovakia, 205, Milan Dorna. He was up there in the heat, but I think it might be a little bit sharper in this one. Cruising across the back there, Uli Hart. Nice lane draw for Uli Hart. He's out on the side with some fast athletes by him, Kolosvari and Urban, who could well give him a lift. Not that he needs a lift, but it's always better to have a lift than not, up to the front group. Pedersen, on the other hand, on the other side of the group with Pimenta bang in the middle.
Yeah, look at that far side. Romalo, Pedersen. It's going to be...
You've definitely got 2 sides. Oof. Well, actually 2 sides in the middle, because the talent runs deep in this one. So you've got Pimenta and Alonso in the middle. Pedersen, Romalo, No, and Russell on the right-hand side. And left-hand side is Hart, Kolosvari, Urban, the 2 Volds. Everyone's in the game.
Both folds. Josh Kippen is looking for a chance to show what he's up to at the moment.
There's your local favourite. Maybe overall favourite, just because his portaging is a second or 2 quicker than anyone else's at the moment. Pimenta has the speed on the water, but Pedersen on the land is currently the best of the best.
Just a quick heads up before we get these athletes into the starting stalls. The medal ceremonies for all of the events that have happened over the short course, the C1 men junior, the C1 women's short, the men's short course, as well as the K1 and K1 men, K1 women short course races will happen immediately after the conclusion of this men's K1 short course race. So the other athletes, please be on standby. You need to be in your national kit and ready to come down to the ceremony mustering area. Thanks to the live stream viewers for putting up with these admin announcements.
There we go. There's your equipment and the vital measurements, and obviously the naming of the world champion currently, Fernando Pimenta. Start list up next, and Uli Hart, Kolosvari from Hungary, Urban from France, Josh Kippen from Australia, Vold from Norway, Clinton Cook from South Africa, Vold from Norway. I mean, you've got all the way down there and you can't write any of them off. Then we're down to France, Genies, then the big man Pimenta in the middle, Panakouk next to him from Belgium. On the other side, Ivan Alonso, Adrian Martin, both from Spain. Acuna from Argentina, Paufler from Germany, Dorna from Slovakia. James Russell lines up next to Romalo of Portugal, Matt Johnson next to the favourite Mads Pedersen, and Balint No on the outside. Everyone in here has got a wash within spitting distance of them, and everyone in here is in with a chance. There's your man who's most likely to be the fastest over the first 500 metres.
And a man with an explosive burst of speed. He can turn what is apparently a pedestrian pedal into an explosive acceleration just on a moment's notice. It's a huge weapon in his arsenal.
Kolosvari in the yellow hat. Away goes Pimenta.
All away very
It's
evenly.
the sixth boat up, which looks like Milan Dorna of Slovakia, who's first away. That is and this is fairly stressful. You've got to get out fast. You've got to be having a look across, and there's nothing to see at the moment. Everyone's in a line. Pedersen down the bottom here. This is looking good. Matt Johnson going with him. Good decision. Romalo going left towards the main pack with Russell just behind him. Excuse me. Pimenta leads that top group. We have Vold on maybe both sides of him. Kolosvari in the yellow hat at the back. It's Romalo has got across to Pimenta. Two Volds on the left, Pedersen to the right of Romalo. So Portugal, Portugal, Norway, Norway, Denmark, Great Britain, Spain. Coming round on the outside, Clinton Cook. If he can make this move stick, it will pay off big dividends for him. He's just got to get tucked in behind the Volds. No, he's further back than we thought. That was just the camera angle. So maybe a wasted effort for Cook. He should have come up the middle of the group instead, perhaps. No sign. Oh, Alonso back there behind the yellow hat of Kolosvari. Front four settled. Pedersen not having it all his own way. Matt Johnson doing an amazing effort there. James Russell tucking in behind him. Solid job of pushing out the Slovakian. Things beginning to settle. Argentinian we haven't mentioned. He's up there too. Acuna in the yellow boat. Blue tip boat of Uli Hart. Top of your shot. Round the corner they go. Pimenta leads.
The reality is there are 15.
Kolosvari in danger of going inside that buoy. It's going to get tight. Whoa. Everyone was touching tails and noses there. It's all gone a bit pear-shaped. Panakouk is going to push somebody inside the next buoy maybe. No, they've all got round it. That was extremely tight, and that group's thinned out lengthwise. A few people suffered in that, but none of the big players involved. Pimenta. Vold, Romalo. Round comes Pedersen.
Pedersen going big on the right.
Try and take off Romalo. He hasn't got the speed to do it, I don't think. But he has got the persistence, and Romalo's got to do some hard work. Pimenta doesn't want to relinquish the lead. Pimenta holds the lead from Romalo. One bullet gone from Pedersen. Here he comes again. Can Romalo do it? He's already held him off once. Pedersen not having this all his own way.
Pedersen has put himself right into the frame. He was not content with the bit part that he was being handed. He's managed to jockey his way back into a position where he can attack if he thinks he has to, and has got the firepower.
No one sits there for fun, I don't think, Dave. Second wash out. He tried to come around Romalo to establish himself in the group, but it didn't pan out for him. Two Volds this side, Spaniard in the back. Alonso coming up on the left of Vold. It's going to kick off again. No one's going to want him there.
I've got to say, Uli Hart is doing exactly what he did during the heat. He's racing himself into a very comfortable position where he can bide his time.
James Russell doing the same, although it's just falling badly for him there because the group has churned up again. Because on the right-hand side, it's Urban from France, and that has destroyed the group. That's split the group badly.
It's shattered the group.
Urban straight round Pedersen. Romalo's going to hold him off, I think, and Pimenta will go back to the lead, but Pedersen's had to settle for being tucked in the back. Spaniard holds on to the V. Vold's round safely on the inside. Pedersen not having this his way at the moment. Alonso at the back of that group. Pimenta in charge, almost being protected slightly by Romalo on his right. Romalo will go hopefully to the right of the landing stage to hold off the attack on the outside. They're all going right.
They're all going right.
No, they're not. They're all we misjudged where the landing stage was. They're all going left, except I think it's Pedersen going right. Pedersen's up third. Spaniards, Vold, slow out of the water. It's Pimenta. Pimenta, Romalo, Pedersen, Vold, Kolos. No, not Kolosvari. I thought that was the French. It's not. Is it the? It's Balint was the one who did the damage coming around the outside of the group. I thought it was the Frenchman, but it was Balint in the white cap getting in now. I think he just fell in the water. Yep, he's still there. The others have left. Balint has only just left where we last saw him. There he is in shot. So he did. James Russell's got a lifeline back to the group if he can just get to that tail. Pimenta still leading. Romalo still to his side. Looks like a game plan from the Portuguese.
Pedersen trying to assert himself.
Portuguese having none of it. What a difference a different race makes. Didn't see the showboating or the smiles from Pedersen on that portage like we saw this morning. No. Suddenly the game has changed. And Pimenta looking very, very strong. I just can't see Pimenta allowing... No, Pedersen came up. Pimenta says no. And we're back to...
Pedersen came up fairly genteelly. That wasn't a go for the jugular at all.
Alonso back right up there after his portage. He's so good at managing these races, Alonso. You can't watch him all the time, but it would be great to re-watch something like this and see what route Alonso takes to get to where he gets to.
Through a lot of traffic.
Yeah, the Spaniards still in there. Also, the two Volds just hanging on. Pimenta leads, as he has done all the way so far. Romalo looking good to the side of Pimenta.
Alonso coming up alongside Pedersen.
In the green cap. Alonso might try to take Pedersen on at some point down this straight. They're best of mates. Done a lot of training together. Pedersen won't want to relinquish his place to the side of Pimenta though. Pedersen well placed this time. We're one Vold down. One to go. Two Spaniards. Two Portuguese. Denmark. And Norway. Pedersen is the only one who goes or chooses to go to the right hand side of the landing stage. That gives him a slight advantage in terms of not having someone do something wrong in front of him. I imagine Alonso will go with him to that side also. Pimenta, Romalo, Pedersen.
Pedersen content to just bide his time. Has he got the weapon in his arsenal to play something dramatic and sudden that would turn this race on its head?
He hasn't got what it takes to overtake Pimenta on the water. So it's going to come down to the portage and how well that's managed. Pimenta has led this from the start, kept himself out of trouble.
And that portage is 30 seconds away.
Here goes Pedersen, and it was so easily managed. So easily managed by Pimenta. Pimenta still not out of third gear. Just churning the speed up a little as they come round that turn.
Into the portage they come. Virtually every boat went to the left-hand side of the jetty on the first portage.
Pimenta and Romalo will go left.
There goes Pedersen.
There goes Pedersen.
A burn from him. He's got to play a card here. He's going hard to the right.
He's going to be the quickest out of his boat. It's just whether he can get to the other. There he is. And look at that.
Oh, super fast
First out.
Mats
Romalo
Pedersen
a little
goes
slow.
to the front.
We're waiting for them to come through. There goes Pedersen. Only a length lead, but he will be quicker than Pimenta getting into his boat.
Volt is in third.
Volt third. Romalo looks like he's struggling. Pimenta has to stay in contact.
Super put in from Mats Pedersen. He's gone.
And from Pimenta though, he's in safe. Pedersen goes.
He needs to max the advantage out of this.
It's not going to. Oh, maybe it is enough.
It might well be enough.
It's enough for first two. But Pimenta is faster on the water. I don't think that can be argued. That is not going to please Pedersen.
He
to have
does.
Pimenta there.
He does have his nose in front as they head up to the can.
Pimenta now can take a little breather.
It's down to the two of them.
It's down to 100 metres at the end. And when it's down to 100 metres at the end and
It's
you're
ominous.
with Pimenta,
Yep.
I'm going to have to favour Pimenta. It is hard to overtake, though. You know, staying ahead is one thing, but overtaking is another game. Pedersen knows he's got to grind something out of Pimenta here. So that'll be full on from him.
Pimenta nearly threw such a spanner in the works at that portage takeout. Strong right-hand brace stroke that just braked him coming in. It slowed the boat down. He was slow getting out of the boat, and Mads Pedersen did the exact opposite. Flew into the portage, skipped out onto the jetty.
There's those two round the turn.
Tight on the boys.
Enough, though. It's plenty enough. As long as Pimenta's paddle is inside the paddle of Pedersen, there won't be any trouble.
But it's down to these two giants of the modern game.
This is quite fun now.
This is going to be sporty. It's Mads Pedersen by half a boat length. Pimenta coming up hard on the inside as they come out. He just clips that boy, but he's played his card as he's coming out, and that famous turn of speed has now suddenly pushed his nose in front of Mads Pedersen.
Pedersen has to give, and you have to feel that's game. I'm surprised Pimenta went that soon, to be fair.
And there's a half-wry smile from Mads Pedersen. How did you do that?
It was a close call because he whacked that turn buoy, and when you do that, sometimes the turn buoy can bounce to either side of your boat, and you see many a 10k, 5k lost on that where you
Pedersen's
clatter the
talking to
turn
him.
buoy. No, I don't think he is. This is Pimenta's all the way now. There's no way past that. Pedersen
with his
coming
trademark
up his left side, thinks the left side's slower maybe, who knows.
Well, he's got to find a dice somewhere and roll it. But against Pimenta's legendary acceleration, you can try all you can.
That's an impossible job.
Mads is in front of his home crowd. He's not going to leave any of them disappointed.
Pimenta will just have tip of Pedersen's boat in his eye line the whole time. I know exactly where Pedersen is. Pedersen will have a flurry at the end, I'm sure. Here we go.
Here he goes. Fires the afterburners.
And he's absolutely
matched. Stroke for stroke. In fact, he's pulling away. Pimenta's now pulling away as he comes to the finish. Your champion. And what a champion performance from Fernando Pimenta.
Race. That is a great race.
The gesture on the line, I'm afraid, said more than 1,000 words from us, Ivan.
That is a great race. Vold looking for third place. Alonso fourth. Romalo fifth. Spaniard, not Acuna, sorry, the Spaniard. Martin
is sixth.
In sixth. James Russell in shot just behind Vold. Two.
Quentin Urban with him.
And Carlos Vari there. Also, James Russell going to come. Urban, they're too close to call. So we had all sorts there. We had Clinton Cook. We had Carlos Vari. We had Vold. Balint across the line. Matt Johnson in the white boat with the blue tips. Acuna in the yellow. Panakuk. Paufler at the back of that group. Also,
Josh Kippen distant.
It was, Kippen with Panakuk.
And there's one of the surprises after a really strong showing. Uli Hart, who admitted afterwards that he was cooked. He was totally cooked from his efforts in that first heat. So
right. But also there were a few incidents in that race that we didn't get full coverage of, because the second group had a couple of incidents just as they left camera shot, and we went back to the first group. So anything could have happened. A little bit of disappointment, I would suspect, for Uli Hart in that one.
He'll be back. He'll be back. You can be certain of that.
Kolos Vari, Slovakian. He must have taken a swim at some point. He's way back, another 200, 300 meters.
He's looking wetter than necessary. Bruno Colosvari from canoeing's most pedigreed family, let's face it. So as Milan Dorna comes down to the line, Clinton Cook claiming it in front of his fans. Well done, Clinton. Just a reminder to the medal winners from the other short course events that have taken place today. Those medal ceremonies are going to take place very shortly, and includes the C1 men junior race, as well as all the short course races. So please could those medal winners present themselves right now, please, to the medal mustering tent, which is alongside the big screen.
So as the Slovakian finishes, information coming in from the fans out there. Turns out you were wrong about Rebecca Mann. She doesn't do surf at all. She's just proper gutsy paddler from Bendigo. And hats off to her.
Great showing.
That was a brilliant race from her. So
streetwise
thanks
racing.
for that sort of information coming in. We make up a lot of stuff and we hope it's right, but the truth is useful. It really is. And if we can get information coming in, that's thanks to Matt Beale, that one. So thanks, Matt.
Yeah, we kind of get our foot in the door here as the voice of the paddlers, but we represent a much bigger community. And if they happen to use us as a conduit, I'm happy to take the slapdowns when we get it wrong.
We are the voice, but sometimes we're not quite attached to the brain of canoeing, which is...
And we do get carried away.
There's a
You need to
disconnect
forgive us for that.
sometimes between the brain and the voice. But we do our best, and we hope that we add at least something to your day.
And almost on cue, the sun comes out here in Jels. This spectacularly beautiful corner of Jutland in West Denmark. The rowing club down on your bottom right of your picture, jetty at the takeout, that very distinctive C-shaped pontoon that forms a little bay that is in the summertime makes it a very popular swimming destination and a place to put in your floating goodies and have a good time. Very popular.
I think on most days it's actually an O shape. I think we've taken out a couple of the pontoons to let us out. I think it's a full circle, and it is just a lakeside swimming pool. Yeah. Well, that's quite exciting. I quite enjoyed that.
Yeah, well,
so thanks guys for making our day. We've got ceremonies to come as reward for those athletes that made the top 3, but it wasn't just the top 3. So here's that overtake
that final turn.
On the final turn. So you see, it all
one.
happens at the last buoy. This is plenty of room for Pimenta to go. I know it looks tight, but there is room for him to go through. It will just be as he shows to go at the end that Pedersen will move over. It's just going to happen here now. So boom, there goes Pimenta. Pedersen moves in, hits the buoy. That could have bounced either way, and the overtake is done in a matter of under 20 strokes. And if you're going to overtake or climb a wash, then under 20 strokes is the way to do it, and it was game over. Pedersen knew it then. He had to give us a flurry at the end, but he knew the moment Pimenta got ahead, his day was done. But second place at World Championships is not to be sniffed at. There's the telltale glance over the shoulder from Pedersen just to make sure that second is secure. We're going to hopefully get an interview with these guys as soon as possible. There they are, Stefan trying to lead them to the podium, but it's like trying to herd cats. He's given it his best shot. He's managed to get hold of Pimenta. Pedersen and Vold just behind. So Stefan slowly gathers the guys who don't seem to be in any particular hurry in front of him. We'll hand you over to Stefan at the interviews. Let's hear from the guys, Stefan. It's all yours.
What an amazing race this was. Congratulations, it was great. Congratulations to all 3 of you. But first of all, Fernando Pimenta.
Yeah, thank you. It's an amazing atmosphere, same like last year in my hometown. It's a very good organization. Congratulations to the Danish Canoeing Federation, because it's a different place for me. Very happy people here, pushing to the guy from home, and it's I'm so happy to win here and to take my second world title in the short race.
It was a very sharp and tactic you had. You be in control of the full race through, from start to finish. Was that what you were planning for?
Yeah, I want to start fast, and I feeling good from last 3 days. I feeling a little bit more tired because I have the World Championship sprint in Duisburg, and after traveling some bad nights, I sleep very well this night and recover well. In the morning, I don't feel too much energy, but after lunch, after nap, feeling better, and I think I give my best to improve the best show with my partners, because it's not my opposite. They are my partners, because we want to do and to give the best show possible to the sports lovers, canoeing family. It's what we want. We want to fight on the water, but outside we are friends. It is what we want to the world and to the people.
And you truly did a fantastic show. Congratulations, Fernando Pimenta. And congrats also to you, Mats. You're not feeling too disappointed, I suppose?
No, I wanted to win, but of course I knew I have some strong competitors, and I know Pimenta, he's a very strong guy, so I did my best tactic to see if I could get away from him in the last portraits, and the crowd here, they cheered me on, so it gave me some energy but unfortunately he catched me in the end sprint. He's too strong, so I'm happy with the silver. Of course, gold would have been nice on home course, but I'm just so happy that all these people showed up today and cheered us on, and we did our best. So I'm pretty happy.
Yes, Mats Brandt Pedersen. During the first lap, you were on the right-hand side, and you really tried to get some good positions. How was your race plan?
Yeah, the plan was to get in some good positions coming into the portages to try to gain some ground. In the last one, I had a good position getting in, but I was just not fast enough. So, yeah, we have another race on Saturday, the long course, and then I'll try again. But I'm happy with the silver as well.
You should. Congratulations. Big hands to Mats Brandt Pedersen. And Eivind. Eivind, you won the European Championships. Did you expect to win also this one?
Well, like Matt, I wanted to win, but it's so hard to keep up with these guys, and I know that if I am to keep up, I think they need to have some accents or something, because they're seems to me that they're from a different planet than me. So but I think I had a great race. To do like I did in the European Championship, I need to be there at the end, and I know I have a strong finish, but I think so does Pimenta, and Mats has the greatest pace there is, I think. So it's an honor to share the podium with these guys now.
But you have had a great season. It's a breakthrough for you this year. What have you done different for this year than previously?
No, I think I had to keep my secrets to myself. But
training in the beach of Mexico.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think I've been pretty close for a few years, but always something happening. Some small accidents that always keep me away from the really good results, and maybe in the Europeans I came away with a bit of luck, and that happens sometimes as well. And I think that's the game of the sport. I think these guys also have good and bad races, but yeah, normally they're standing on the top of the podium. So yeah. I hope to be there regularly from now on.
You probably be. Big hands for Eivind Wold, and congrats and thanks for a fantastic show.
Great interviews there from the guys. The interviews might have lasted long. So some great interviews there from the guys. And Pimenta, Pedersen, Wold. They're the three we've just been listening to. Alonso, as ever, a beautifully managed race. Romalo just managed to hold off Adrian Martin at the finish. Armand Wold in 7th. Quentin Urban, maybe disappointing, down in 8th. James Russell in 9th. Kolos Vari, 10th. All big names. A whole page of 10 big names, and they go on. Clinton Cook just ahead of Balint-No. Genies from France ahead of Matt Johnson from Great Britain. Lawrence Panakouk, Josh Kippin, 16th, Acuna 17th, Paufler 18th, Uli Hart 19th, and Milan Dorna, who we're going to assume took a swim at some point, in 20th position.
Ivan, if you'll just indulge me for a second, we are urgently paging the medal winners from the earlier races this afternoon. C1 men junior seem to be okay, but we are definitely looking for the medal winners for the C1 women's short course race, the C1 men short course race, and the K1 women's short course race. We are about to do all of these medal ceremonies at one time, and so would you please present yourselves right now to the mustering area, which is the white tent alongside the big screen.
So as a quick rundown of the local area, what it's got to offer is heritage, Viking heritage. We're just waiting now for the athletes to turn up for the medal ceremonies, at which point we'll get handed over to the Master of Ceremonies, Dave McLeod. So a full day scheduled again for tomorrow. I'm sure we'll have just as much excitement, though it's hard to imagine it being as good as this afternoon.
Playing the music.
We are.
Cool. Use this for the medal ceremony.
Yeah.
Athletes making their way back to the athlete area, having had their boats weighed.
Are we still missing people? Once again, a very quick appeal to the C1 women's short course, C1 men's short course, and K1 women. Please, can you present yourselves right now? We're about to get those medal ceremonies underway. Mustering area is the white tent immediately alongside the start of the grass portage area.
The medalists in the men's K1 making their way back to the athlete area, trying to they get their tracksuits on and back here to the podium area for their medals. Still waiting on some of the other medalists to turn up for their medal presentations, and all 4 medals will be given out back to back as soon as we have access to the right athletes.
We should do the first one.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, thank you for your support today. We really do appreciate it. Please stay with us as we go into the medal ceremonies that are going to wrap up the 5 races that were on the program this afternoon. People are liking your music.
That's good.
They're dancing in the stand. It's good.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the medals will be presented by Christian Jacobsen, the CEO of the Danish Canoe Federation, accompanied by Andras Faludi from the Hungarian Canoe Federation. The bronze medal, representing Hungary, Boton Meri. The silver medal, Spain, Dario Sanchez. And your gold medal and world champion, representing Hungary, Mihaly Plusik. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Hungary. Congratulations to our medalists. The next medal ceremony is for the C1 women's short course race. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists for the C1 women's short course race. These medals will be presented by Ruud Heeselaar, a board member for the International Canoe Federation and chairman of the Marathon Committee, and he is accompanied once again by Andras Faludi from the Hungarian Federation. The bronze medal, representing the Ukraine, Olena Tyankova. The silver medal, also representing the Ukraine, Ludmila Babak. And your gold medal and world champion representing Hungary, Zofia Kizban. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Hungary.
Magnus? Yeah. Jungberg. Jungberg.
Berg. B-E-R-G.
Berg.
Berg, exactly.
Okay, Jungberg. And this is Spain, Jose Andres Roma
Yes,
Magnus.
exactly.
So he's on this one as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Congratulations to our women. The next medal ceremony is for the C1 men's short course race. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists for the C1 men's short course race. These medals will be presented by Jacob Sander, the CEO of Sports Center Denmark, and he is accompanied by Jose Andres Romamagnas from the Spanish Federation. The bronze medal, representing Poland, Matthias Bożil. The silver medal, also representing Poland, Matthias Zukora. And the gold medal and the world champion, representing Spain, Manuel Campos. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Spain. Congratulations to our medalists. We now move on to the medal ceremony for the K1 Women's Short Course Final. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists in the K1 Women's Short Race Final. These medals will be presented by Peter Leiskart, the chairman of Torhallen. He's accompanied by Magnus Ljungberg from the Swedish Canoe Federation. The bronze medal, representing Spain, Eva Barrios. The silver medal, representing Hungary, Vanda Kisley. And your gold medal and the world champion, representing Sweden, Melina Andersson. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Sweden.
Ja, det har vi lige set. Jeg kommer ned og får den over.
Congratulations to our three medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, our final medal ceremony for this afternoon is the K1 Men short race final.
Portuguese, Oi, Casio. Ici, c'est Novita. Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists in the K1 Men short race final. These medals will be presented by Tom Falshow, the president of the Danish Canoe Federation, and he will be accompanied by Rui Cancio from the Portuguese Federation. The bronze medal, representing Norway, Event Vold. The silver medal, representing Denmark, Mads Pedersen. And the gold medal, and your world champion from Portugal, Fernando Pimenta. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Portugal. Congratulations, gentlemen, and thank you to all the dignitaries who officiated at our medal ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to each and every one of you for your support today. We really do appreciate it. We trust you enjoyed it, and we look forward to your continued support when the racing continues tomorrow morning.